can break the dark. A single spark ignites the heart. But if we turn when justice calls, the chains we forge will bind us all. When truth is silenced, when lies take hold, the cost is freedom, the soul grows cold. No one stands tall while another must fall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for all. We're mavericks of freedom, rebels in the fight, defending every voice, defending every right. For the moment we falter, the moment we stall, we lose our own freedom when we let others fall. You can't stand free while others kneel. When justice fades, it's freedom they steal. An innocent condemned, a crime unspoken, and with it the bond of liberty is broken. No tyrant rules without our consent. Oppression thrives where silence is spent. Stand for the weak, the silence the small, or freedom will crumble for us all. We're mavericks of freedom, guardians of the light, fighting for the truth, for what is just and right. For the rights of one are the rights of all. We rise or we fall by answering the call. Even those we may oppose deserve the rights we all uphold. For if we deny them what is fair, we build our own prison in despair. The fight's not easy, it never will be, but justice for one is the key to be free. We stand as mavericks, together we strive, defending the rights that keep freedom alive. We're mavericks of freedom, rebels in the fight, upholding every truth, protecting every right. When one is oppressed, we're all in the thrall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for all. So take a stand, let your courage rise. Defend the truth, don't compromise. For the soul of the world, the writing's on the wall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for
Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. Diplomatic disaster in the White House as President Trump kicks President Zelensky out. We'll talk about that, look at the fallout from it with two guests tonight. Kevin Michelizzi up first, and then later in the broadcast, we'll bring Mike McCarrick in to get his view on this as well. And if there's time, we may go to the phones and give you an opportunity to weigh in as well. So stay with me. There's a lot of ground to cover tonight.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
All right, so we had Kevin in the back room, and then he disappeared on me, so I don't know if he lost his link, but Hopefully he comes back. I don't know if you saw this today. If you didn't, we'll run it for you now since Kevin isn't here quite yet. But this is Zelensky went to the White House to meet with President Trump, J.D. Vance, and Marco Rubio. They were all in the room in front of reporters taking questions, and it turned into, well, it just deteriorated the whole meeting, and it turned into an argument. Here it is. I'll share it with you now, and then we'll have the full context on
For
this.
4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact line?
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2015.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was
killed,
not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly
but,
right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, J.D., you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
that.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's exactly
Remember
what
this.
you're doing.
I'm not
You're in
dictating.
no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
You
We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influenced.
We're going to feel
I'm
very good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and he
of the
happens
war.
to be right about
From the
it.
very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position.
I was
You don't have the
the
cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards. But
cards.
right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you
You're
think
gambling
about?
with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III. And
You-
what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once? This
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country is
Can I-
in big
can I-
trouble.
can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
I...
You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment.
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if,
West
if
Virginia?
you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
you invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
accept
times
that there,
thank you
accept
to
that,
American people.
accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very
I understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with
a
you.
guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make,
Um,
because the attitudes have to change.
what if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do they do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
what if
She's asking, what if Russia
Putin
breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
President Trump set to meet face-to-face with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky this morning as he
Hang on.
tries to broker.
I took the wrong thing down. Hang on just a sec. Okay. What if a bomb drops in your head right now? Kevin, welcome back to
gonna
the
use that
program.
one.
thanks for
Thanks.
thanks for staying up late in Crimea tonight and joining us on the program.
Thanks
Go
for
ahead,
having me,
give
Rick.
give us your review. What do you make of that? I've never seen anything like it in my life.
It makes good TV. Wasn't that Trump's statement somewhere in that video?
He did earlier in that
Yeah.
statement in the thing exchange. Yes.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting, and it depends on your perspective whether it was a good thing or bad thing. You know, the United States, for the most part, is rah rah Trump. You know, Russia is holding Trump up as, you know, gee, he's a hero. He wants peace. And he told Zelensky where his place was. You listen to most of the world, and they're really scolding Trump. Even a couple of the senators in the U.S. And oh, I don't know, who was it? Adam Schiff from California. His comment after this was, "Today, a hero and a coward met in the Oval Office, and the meeting was over. The hero returns home to Ukraine."
How serious do
So,
you think this is? Is it theater? Is it? It seems pretty genuine to me.
Zelensky,
Yeah.
yeah, Zelensky tried to talk to Trump like he talked to Biden, and he forgot that Trump isn't Biden. You know, been watching Trump on TV for a long time. He's a hothead. Uh, if you aren't nice with him, he gets in your face like this, and that's what happened. Vance tried to play the diplomat in all of this, but you've got Trump, you've got Zelensky, and Vance trying to be the diplomat. So I don't think it's necessarily theater for being theater. He was just going to do what he told them to do. Let's keep in mind that we had Macron in a couple of days ago, and he came out of meetings with Trump. They did a press conference, and he kind of changed his tune a little gentler than he has been about, "I'm going to send weapons and money and troops into Ukraine to fight against Russia." He came back out and he was quieter. Starmer yesterday, he was still kind of a tough cookie when they had their press conference, but he calmed his voice a little bit. But we do know that while those two were meeting, we had Zelensky over in Finland waiting to hear from Starmer and Macron as to whether he should be flying into Russia. And it was almost like a chihuahua being led on a leash to a new owner. And, he was hungry and bit the new owner. And the new owner gave him a swift kick out the door. That's about the only analogy I can put on it.
So what's being said in Russian media? Elaborate a little bit on what you said previously about them saying that Trump's sort of being viewed as a hero, or
Well,
is that
being viewed? Yeah, they're saying Trump put Zelensky in his place. Maria Zakharova, the spokesperson for the foreign affairs, she said that Trump put the idiot in his place. How dare he treat somebody like Trump the way he did? The Russian media is saying that he's basically signed his death warrant in Ukraine, signed his own death warrant. So this is the Russian media. The Ukrainian media, on the other hand, for the most part, they're supporting Zelensky. They're saying that he went in and, gave Trump a piece of his mind, put Trump in his place. They posted the entire transcript of the back and forth. They highly edited it. So anybody who understands English, who actually reads the transcript, will understand that they edited it a lot to make Zelensky look a lot better. Now, propaganda move for their own people, because I'm hearing from people out of Ukraine, people I know there, who are basically saying that it's time for Zelensky to go. So that's news on the ground over here, media, people on the streets.
Well, from a diplomatic perspective, he may, I don't know if he can recover the relationship with Trump at this point, at least not in a fashion that's fast enough to he doesn't have a lot of time. So what
I
happens
think
now?
the relationship is over. We have Europe. What do we have coming out of Europe? Europe is going to step up. They're going to put the money and weapons in, supposedly. Of course, the money Europe's talking about giving them, some $700 billion, is over 7 to 10 years. And I don't think he has 7 to 10 years to fight. France is planning to give them fighter jets, Mirage fighter jets, but their pilots have been trained on F-16s. They aren't Mirage flyers. So that's going to be a problem. France, they said, Macron said after this meeting, there's an aggressor, which is Russia, and we have to respect those who fought from the beginning for their children's security and to protect Europe. So he's behind France. Poland sent a message to Zelensky and said, Zelensky, Ukrainian friends, you're not alone. Spain says that they are with them. I gave you the comment from, the United States from Schiff. Germany was pretty tough on this deal. They said, how can you stab the president of an occupied country in the back like that? Free Europe will not betray Ukraine. That's from Merz, the new chancellor. Lithuania, you'll never be alone. He needs bullets, not hugs. Great Britain, even if the UK is the only country in the world that supports Ukraine, we must continue to support them. They're at the forefront of our defense. Canada, you've already got American troops and tanks lining up on your border, and you guys better be careful because they're coming for you next. So, Trudeau, Russia illegally and groundlessly invaded Ukraine. For 3 years now, they've been fighting with courage and perseverance. Blah, blah, blah. Canada will continue to support Ukraine and Ukrainians in achieving a just and lasting peace. Denmark is supporting Zelensky. The Netherlands actually, Zelensky called Shibga after the meeting, I don't know, advice. And he said, I just spoke to my dear friend and confirmed my full support for Ukraine, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it lasts. So that's what we've got coming out of Europe right now. So we've polarized the entire world. It's now the United States, Russia, and China versus the rest of the Western world. And I think the relationship between Ukraine and the United States is finished. They actually, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio had Zelensky escorted out of the White House. So that's how bad it got. And since then, I don't know if most people wouldn't have noticed this, but while Vance was talking to Zelensky and Zelensky had his arms crossed, he spoke perfect Russian. He called J.D. Vance an effing bitch.
I didn't pick up on that.
Yep, most people wouldn't. The State Department, since the meeting, they have terminated U.S. support's restoration of their energy grid. They have Cyber Command is halting all activities against Russia, including cyber operations. That's what I did for a living. So they're no longer going to be, providing intelligence. They're not going to be providing cyber operations for them. No hacking, no anti-Russia propaganda. And, you know, the day you thought would never come, Lindsey Graham of all people has gone public. And he said the Americans, having seen what they saw today, would not want Zelensky to be their business partner, including me. And he stood up for Trump. Can you believe that one?
Yeah, I can. He's a bit of a weasel. He flips and flops and goes where the wind blows generally. That guy. Yeah.
So there apparently won't be military aid from the United States. So they walked him out of the White House and cut everything off. That quick.
I didn't think J.D. Vance was trying to be all that diplomatic. I thought that he was being a passive-aggressive provocateur, but
Well,
you know.
he was more diplomatic than Trump.
Oh my God, that guy has a big mouth. So you're quite right, and I have seen this coming, this realignment of countries. So I think you said it, and maybe people, just in case you didn't pick up on what Kevin said, you say it's now Russia, China, and the United States aligned against these European countries. Was that right?
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, sounds a whole lot like a New World Order.
Yeah.
Did I just trigger somebody in the chat? Yeah, there it is, folks. And this is also where Canada comes into play, because Chrystia Freeland at the in the Liberal leadership debate just this past week used the phrase, she says, we need a new world order, and then laid out exactly this scenario where Canada basically is being presented with a choice, either align with Europe or get absorbed by the United States. I don't really like the options that are being laid out in front of us. Give me, tell me something, because I'm just flabbergasted tonight. I'm also amazed at the speed at which this is all happening.
You know, I've seen some reports out there tonight already, tonight for me, evening for you guys, about this being a setup by Trump against Zelensky. I don't believe that was the case. I think the man is truly trying to get them to come to the table and talk. And Vance was correct. With the attitude Zelensky was giving, you know, you can't negotiate with a guy like that. Putin and Zelensky would never be able to talk. So there was a lot of truth that came out in that. Probably not in the best way, but Zelensky was also being an ass. I don't think it was a setup. I think it was really Trump wanted to get that mineral rights deal signed, and he wanted to get it signed from somebody. If he had gotten it signed by Zelensky, despite what Europe and Ukraine are saying, it was a security guarantee for them, because then you get Trump and Putin sign a deal to end the war. The United States would invest money in rebuilding territories that have been destroyed, because all those minerals are on that eastern side of the east of Ukraine, the western side of the between the Dnieper and the front line. So things that have been getting destroyed. So the United States would invest in rebuilding that. They would take part of the profit out of it, but 50% of the profit. So you've got the mining costs, building their infrastructure to modern techniques. You'd have American companies in there. And, you know, the United States wasn't going to let Putin go in and then attack that. So there was a security guarantee. after the peace agreement is signed. So I think it was Trump trying to get his hands on mineral rights and gas and oil, and also as a bargaining chip with Russia. We're going to come in here, we're going to do this, kind of give him some of the cards. Because Putin has most of the cards right now.
And all the people who have been, prior to this, complaining that BlackRock is buying up all of Ukraine are now cheering as Trump takes control of the mineral rights so that American companies can go in there and take the minerals. But I thought BlackRock already owned it all.
Well,
I guess that was a lie.
Well, they may own it all, but they have no infrastructure left over where the minerals are.
Well,
so now, think about this. That deal has fallen through. Ukraine and Zelensky are on the bad list with Trump. So now Trump, this is what I expect may happen over the next several days. Uninformed comment here. This is pure opinion. We all have opinions and they all stink like a-holes if you get close enough. Putin has already opened the door for these same companies to come into Russia, the new territories of Russia, Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporozhye, Kherson, and mine and drill for oil. So what would happen? We know that Europe and Canada can't afford to keep this conflict going for a long time. Russia's still walking all over the place. But let's say Trump says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead, Vladimir, and I'm going to invest in your infrastructure, put my companies in there to work with you, build up your economy. And I won't say anything as long as you stop at the Dnieper River and Odessa. And he sits back and watches them take everything up to the Dnieper River, all the way over to half of the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, down around through Odessa. That's where all the minerals are. Everything on the other side of the river is their timber industry. Just a thought. Putin comes out of it good. Trump comes out of it good. And China's already talking to Russia about mining over there.
And what does Ukraine have to say about any of this? They don't get a voice. They just have to let one side let the two sides carve it up, or just any way you slice it. Nobody respects Ukraine, and they just have to give it all up.
Well, nobody but Europe, who really, they can afford to prolong the conflict, but can they really stop it without putting boots on the ground? And if they put boots on the ground, they're no longer covered by Article 5.
Well, it looks to me like NATO may be toast anyway, so especially now.
I think NATO and the European Union are toast at the moment.
Looks again like
how many of the EU countries? Yeah, how many of the EU countries right now are going against what the EU wants? Hungary won't vote for more sanctions. You've got, I don't know, just too many of them saying, we like our oil and gas coming from Russia.
So, even if Europe dumps the money in, so many years have gone by where the United States has been not just allowed, but the system has been such that the United States has been the dominant power within NATO, protecting all of Europe, the Western world. Even if they pump the money in, if they are not allowed to use American technology and weapons, it cripples Ukraine and Europe. It basically leaves Europe pretty much defenseless in the long run because of things like, say, satellite technology, which is controlled primarily now by Elon Musk. There are only, I think, a couple of alternatives that are available to Ukraine, and without nearly
Yeah, I mean,
the penetration or coverage that the thousands of satellites that Starlink has up above, and they're a lot closer to the ground than the alternative satellites that Europe would be accessing. So the quality of information and data would not be nearly as good. It would also make it more difficult for drones to operate because of the distance involved and the lag time and the digital signals going back and forth. This is a disaster not just for Ukraine, it's a disaster for Europe, it's a disaster for the Western world. Russia wins. And it looks to me like maybe they've got their boy in the White House, or maybe they're two boys. What do you think of that?
I have nothing to disagree with Anya on that one.
Yeah, because it's not just a ground
I
war, it's a space war, because you need that satellite coverage or you are dead.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about this earlier. Britain has been given a lot of satellite intelligence to Ukraine, but how much are they sucking off of U.S. satellites? Musk satellites.
Yeah, which is private, and theoretically you can purchase or lease bandwidth, but only if you're permitted, if they're willing to sell it to you.
Exactly.
And if they block it because Trump is in a snit, or because he's just in alignment with Russia and China, then Ukraine and Europe are screwed. They won't have time to recover because it takes years, decades even, to build up a space program and a satellite program where you can put enough satellites in orbit. And even if you do, given the state of the technology right now, if you don't have the United States on side, if they've flipped and they're in alignment with the other side, then they'll just blow your shit up as soon as you put it into the as soon as you launch it, or as soon as you put it into orbit, they'll just zap it with a fucking laser or something. Excuse my language. So they're too far behind. We're too far behind. We're sitting up here in Canada with the United States targeting us tonight, and nobody's taking it seriously enough. And we're about to be absorbed. So I guess we're joining the Russian side too, eh?
Sounds like it. You in Greenland.
Yeah, so it'll be, oh, and they're going to take over Mexico, Panama. So it looks like it'll be the whole world against Europe. Well,
Yeah,
sort
but
of.
think about the benefits. Didn't your mother teach you growing up to always look at the silver lining? Maps will be easier to read because it'll be Russia, China, and America.
Yeah, well, you just wait. Donald Trump is going to rename all of your bodies of water, all your land masses over there. It's going to be America everything. I don't know.
Yeah. Where did you buy your cabin? On Lake America?
That's
Which
right.
Lake America?
Yes.
Does it matter?
Oh my goodness. So, but I don't think it's Trump who's ultimately going to be in charge here in the end. He's, yeah. Well, we certainly do have a new multipolar geopolitical reality unfolding tonight.
And will it last longer than 4 years? It depends on whether or not J.D. Vance wins the presidency next election.
Mm-hmm. If there's even an election, or if Trump runs again, because there are people out there who are trying to create the conditions where he will be able to do that.
Change the Constitution, yeah.
Uh-huh, yep. There's an effort underway. So all these concerns about him becoming a dictator and doing away with real elections in America.
Yep. I honestly, people have to remember Trump is a businessman first and foremost. He's a shady businessman, and he's going to do what's good for his pocketbook, maybe what's good for America. And I think because he likes Putin, that they've already did the the bro hug, and I think this deal is cemented. Now, I want to see what happens over the next few days, because there's not enough people left in Ukraine for the United States to attempt another Maidan to overthrow the government. So that leaves the options of they let Zelensky sit there and, take the trouble for, continuing war when his people don't want it. Again, you look at surveys. Survey the other day came out. It was done by a Kiev-based survey company. They said that he had like 63% support to continue the war and take back all their territory. I saw some independent surveys that were done in Ukraine that have come out that said over 70% of his citizens want him to sign a peace deal, even if it means conceding territory. So which do you listen to? From the people I talked to in Ukraine, I would say those last surveys are more correct. Nobody, people don't understand this. I've seen interviews by independent reporters who go in, they talk to some Ukrainian citizens, and they say, do you support Zelensky? Oh, yeah. Are you against Russia? Oh, absolutely. But what they don't understand is they don't know who's surveying them. If they say the wrong thing, they could end up in jail, taped to a street light, or dead. We've got some of their ministers of parliament who today, after this, have come out and they've called for the Rada to have an impeachment of Zelensky. Now, I see a lot of this. I've even seen it going by in your chat about, the Rada's calling an emergency meeting to impeach him. They're not. These guys that are calling for his impeachment are guys that are either sitting in jail or they're in exile because they were pro-Russian or supported making peace with Russia. I only know of one minister of parliament in Ukraine that still wants peace with Russia, and she's survived these detentions. So, people need to realize this meeting isn't going to happen. The Rada's already put out a statement in support of Zelensky. These ministers are nobody. There isn't going to be an impeachment proceeding against him. So it only ends one way: fight to the last Ukrainian, or he has a Russian hotel accident and falls out the 23rd window accidentally after shooting himself in the back of the head twice trying to commit suicide.
Or he gets on a helicopter and flies off to another country and is given asylum, I guess, if it comes to that.
Or the missing
I don't know.
billions
Or
of dollars,
ma-
he doesn't know where they went. Yeah.
Well, I'm not so sure. I don't believe that he's got them. I think there is money missing, but I think you should be looking over at the U.S. for it, myself.
I think it's on both sides, personally.
Well, there are probably some people in Ukraine who have some money in their pockets too, but that's the nature of this whole thing, and it has been from the beginning. And all you have to do is look back at the origins of a lot of this to Mr. Manafort and his relationships over in Russia and the oligarchs on both sides. And you've got a lot of rich guys who, with billions of dollars, who really are competing for control of the resources and the industries over there, and even the farmland. And that's in a large sense what this is all about. And I feel so for the people, because it's just average, ordinary, everyday people who are caught in the middle of all this. And in a very real sense, it's these very corrupt oligarchs who are using everyday people as cannon fodder as they compete for control over power and money in Ukraine. And let this resonate, I hope, with the people in our audience tonight who have been telling me that Ukraine, it doesn't matter, that it doesn't matter at all. And as we're seeing tonight, it really, really matters, not just in that region, but around the world, because this is affecting the entire every country around the world, NATO, all of Europe, where the United States sits, and even Canada now, where we're being forced, I think, ultimately to choose a new path forward for our country, and maybe and whether we even have a country. So yeah, to all the people out there who are saying that Ukraine didn't matter, it really sure as heck has. It matters very much tonight. What happens in Ukraine is having a direct impact on what happens here in my country and over in the United States too, because this is going to have a direct impact on even the culture in the United States, because it will affect who remains in power potentially and where they take the country in terms of religion, rights, whether you're moving more to the left or the right, politically and culturally. This is about everything. It truly has been and continues to be a war of ideas, ideology, and ideals.
Yep. So somebody just said in your chat that Ukraine used to be part of Russia. Actually, you're incorrect. Ukraine has never been part of Russia. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was not Russia. But you made a comment about the oligarchs, and this kind of popped in my fairly sleepy and empty brain now. I hadn't thought about it earlier when I was actually analyzing some of this stuff. But ultimately, if the United States pulls back, their weapons supplies are pretty low right now. And Trump has said in the last couple of days they want to rebuild them back up with new weapons, new technology. But if Western Europe wants to continue supporting Ukraine and giving them weapons and ammunition and stuff, who do they get most of their weapons and ammunitions from? Those same oligarchs that are building them in the United States. So Trump keeps them rich and the money flowing into the United States to sell them the weapons to then loan to Ukraine. So the circle just keeps going. It's those oligarchs, no matter what, as long as the war is going on, it doesn't matter who's directly providing it. Those U.S. manufacturers are still making a ton of money. Did you know that in 2022, when that conflict started, the United States was getting $1,000 for a 155 millimeter artillery shell? They currently, as of December, were charging $9,000 a piece for them.
Yeah. Well, and while there are people getting rich on the Russian side too, because you have people over there supplying, producing munitions for Russia and sucking money from the Russian budget. I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, about 40% of the Russian budget is going into funding this war.
Yep.
Yeah. So a lot of pressure on the economy there. So it's a wartime economy, obviously. And yeah, you've got military-industrial complex on the other side too. And a lot of
Oh yeah,
people have died because of this. And
that's the worst part.
yeah, yeah,
You know, people, I've run across this a lot. And I said this on one of my streams the other night. I actually showed video of some of the destruction of a city when, Ukraine has been pushed out of it. People get this idea that the Ukrainian soldiers shoot at the Russians shoot back, the Ukrainians flee, and the Russians just move on into the town, and the residents come back and they live, and everything's, fine and dandy. People need to go out and look at some of the videos. You want to see them? One of the channels to look at is the Military Summary channel on YouTube. He plays videos of where they're fighting, where they've just taken over, where Ukraine has made inroads back in, which has happened a lot over the last several days. Everything is gone. It's flattened. And this is the shame of it. Those people have been displaced. They have no homes to go back to, their belongings. Just, it's a bad situation. It needs to stop.
At what cost does it need to stop, though? I mean, I do understand, Kevin, the desire for these people to have their own country and to their sovereignty, their freedom, their right to self-determination. It is a distinct culture. It truly is, and I don't know what this ultimately will mean for them. They're very resilient because this has been going on for, not just. I see so much repeating, the history repeating here, even today with Zelensky. And I know the propaganda out there swirling around Stepan Bandera, but I'm looking at this and I'm thinking of when the Nazis came into Ukraine and he went to, I think it was Lviv, and he went there to and established that city as an independent piece of land, and thought the Nazis would come and support him in turning Ukraine into an independent nation, and they said no, and then they actually put him in jail. The Nazis who put their own Nazis, the guy that everybody's saying is a Nazi, they put him in jail because he was a nationalist, and he wanted freedom and sovereignty for Ukraine, and independent Ukraine. Thought that after they expelled the Russians, Soviet Union, that he would be able to establish an independent Ukraine. It's been going on for a long time. And today, having Zelensky kicked out, that's what was top of mind for me. It was like, get out of here. We're not supporting you. And here we go again, where Ukraine, the people caught in the middle. It's been used like a doormat through history, over and over again, with warring nations just trampling through there and exploiting the resources of, one of the richest countries in terms of resources, agriculture in the world. Whether it was Stalin exploiting it for the grain to capitalize, their version of an industrial revolution, the mechanization of agriculture, and then ultimately their military, which was, where Russia's roots as a great power really took hold. It was because of Ukraine. They needed Ukraine. Putin needs Ukraine now. The United States needs Ukraine now. Trump said it in the White House today. This is a country, the United States, that's on the verge of bankruptcy, frankly. And he's sitting there. This is my take on it, and this is me editorializing a little bit. But Trump basically told the world that he doesn't give a damn about human life. Because, well, he's saying that the killing has to stop. Really what he's saying there today is he was looking to make a business deal. And he's like, We put a lot of money up, but we're not really willing to put any money up. What we'll do is we'll lend you the money, but we want it all back so that we don't really have any risk. And so we're going to take all your resources so that we get, or as many resources as we need to make sure we get all of our money back, because we don't have the rare earth minerals that we need to remain competitive militarily around the world. And so without you, we're kind of all washed up. So we're just going to take it. So if you want us to protect you, you have to, and save your country, you have to give your country to us. And your children's future, the future of your country, it's all going to be ours. We're going to take it, even though we can't afford it. So we're not going to put anything in. And even though you've invested in this with the blood of your youth, and sacrificed much of your future already because your people have bled for it and died. We don't give a damn about your people. It's all about the bucks. And that's all we really care about. That's what I got. That's what I saw in the White House today. And then they said, "Oh yeah, you're not being thankful enough." And as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of the other way around, because Zelensky represents the people of Ukraine. And again, they treated him honestly like a piece of crap. And here we go again with America basically breaking promises, and other Western nations that vowed to step up and protect Ukraine. They told the Ukrainians, we're going to support you. We're in it to the end, no matter what. And then you get a change in the White House, and you've got a couple of pro-Russian guys in there in the Oval Office, and suddenly everything changes, and the rug gets pulled out from underneath the Ukrainian people again, and all the people who have died mean nothing. And frankly, it's kind of the same on the other side too. All the Russian soldiers that and others who have just died, the civilians, the military, all of it, and for what? This is war is insanity, and this is the epitome of it. And what was on display today with Trump in particular, okay, the guy is just unbelievable. Just the way he speaks, his big mouth, he talks about respect. He doesn't have respect for anybody. And I'll tell you this, Kevin, he better watch his step, because he's got a lot. He thinks people respect him. No, they don't. They're afraid of him. But I don't think very many people actually respect him.
Well, it's a very Russian saying. When somebody fears you, it shows they respect you. It's a different kind of respect.
It sure is.
But so maybe that's why he and Putin are real close. I'm going to disagree with you on 2 points.
Sure.
Though.
Yeah.
The first one, it's a different people, a different culture. Mm-hmm. Half of Ukraine is different people, different culture. Mm-hmm. Half of Ukraine is the same culture as Russians. They're the same people.
Fair.
You go east of the Dnieper River, mm-hmm. and there's so much intermixing of blood. You don't know who's a Ukrainian, who's a Russian. My own wife has a Russian mother and a Ukrainian father. Her grandparents are half and half. Mm-hmm. So it was, these are the same people, the same cultures.
And that's because over time, Russia has moved more people in there. It's certainly, during the Stalin era, right? If I'm correct about that, because again of just what was happening through history and the wars, and they moved, and they were Russifying those areas, and those efforts continue today. And I don't think Zelensky is wrong when he says that Putin wants to basically Russify the whole country. He wants to denazify it, in his view, and turn the whole place into Russia, or Russify it. And when I watch some of the videos coming out of Russia from some of the other streamers and influencers out there, I'd say there's a healthy disrespect at times for the Ukrainian culture. They don't much care for it. a lot of these guys,
Yeah,
who I'm sure some
but-
of them you're familiar with.
Yeah, and quite honestly, they're doing the exact opposite thing of what I'm calling you on. They're lumping all Ukrainians into the same category again.
Yeah, no, you're quite right,
know,
and I shouldn't do that.
Eastern
Yeah.
and Western Ukraine. When I met my wife almost 20 years ago,
Yeah.
she was talking about then because they had those. Oh, either I'm alone or I'm backstage.
Goodness. Sorry, I think we had another internet glitch here for a moment, Kevin, but we're back.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah. So when I met my wife 20 years ago, we discussed a lot that they have problems between Eastern Ukraine and Western Ukraine. This is what led to 2014 was conflict between Eastern Ukraine and Western Ukraine. Western Ukraine pretty much, or Eastern Ukraine pretty much controlled everything for the longest time. The pro-Russian Ukrainians and the Western Ukrainians were looked down upon. And she always said, split it at the Dnieper River. And now is what you had is in 2014, you had a legally elected government overthrown by the United States, regime change, and a Western Ukrainian government was put in place, and the Eastern Ukrainians were looked down on. So this is kind of like the Israelis and the Palestinians. This is going on between them for a long, long time. And, you know, you can't clump them all together. And yes, you're right. I know some of these influencers who lump them all together. I know people in Ukraine. I actually know people on both sides of the East and West, but typically the Eastern Ukrainian side of things. And they are very pro-Russian. So when you listen to Putin talking about, or Zelensky talking about Putin Russifying things, he's actually, Putin is talking about Eastern Ukraine because it's already Russified. The Russian speakers, they have the same as the Russian culture. You know, I've got a brother-in-law in Ukraine. My wife's cousin is in Russia. You know, we've got people on both sides of the border, and it's almost like the U.S. Civil War. You've got family fighting family.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to draw that differentiation so people understand that, you know, it's like saying Californians are the same as Texans. In a lot of ways they are, but in a lot of ways they ain't.
I don't know. That would be inaccurate. Well, maybe. Maybe somewhere in between that and Quebecers being the same as people from Ontario. Although, you know, people from Alberta, totally different. That's for sure. You know, but yeah, if you go into like Northern Ontario, people up there speak a lot of French-speaking people, but they kind of speak English and French, and they have a different accent altogether. It's just, we're a very weird country too. It's
I mean, it's all over the world, and you know, gladly most of us don't pick up guns and start shooting each other when we disagree with each other.
Yeah. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that here in Canada, because things are not good right now, I would say. And this is all connected. I've been saying for a long time it's all connected. And people are like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
You want to be part of the United States, admit it.
Not this United States, not so much. There was a time when I wanted to move to the southern U.S. just to get out of the cold. But and if we get absorbed, I may just have to do that because I don't like the winter. But no, I have to say I don't like what's going on with the Trump administration. I don't like any of it, and I don't really want to be part of it. It's not. I don't like the heavy-handed authoritarian nature of this. This is not democracy. He's ruling with a Sharpie. He's just writing executive orders. That certainly is not democracy, and people are cheering for it. And again, this is a little bit mind bending for me because everything people have been upset about, they're now getting and cheering for without realizing they're cheering for it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
bizarre.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. And I kept saying, be careful what we're going to miss it when it's gone. I'm already missing it. I've been missing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Honestly. And I don't know, man. But I'm still here. I'm still trying to find a way back to something like what we used to have. But welcome to the new normal.
Yep. I think it's going to get crazier.
Yeah, we're not done yet. That's for sure. How much, okay. I'd ask you how long this is going to go on, but I think maybe the more appropriate question, and it is, if everything is happening so quickly, what do you think we should look for next? And then we're going to wrap up with you because I know it's really, very early in the morning. You need to get some sleep.
Yeah. I think is what's going to happen next. We're going to know in about 3 or 4 days because I don't think we cannot get through 7 days without something new happening.
Yeah.
I think things are going to move quite quickly. What will happen? I don't know, and I'm not going to predict it. I think we're in for some more interesting TV.
Just one last thing. Trump sat there and said, "You're gambling with World War III." To me, what happened in the White House today, in a way, it seems to me it's pushing us. That's pushing us also closer to a possible third world war. Either way, we still have that danger because Europe hangs in the balance now.
Well,
what are your views on that? And this realignment, I think it's dangerous. I think that I see this in itself brings us all closer over here to a possible conflict, struggle, maybe even a civil war, which people have been concerned about in the U.S., which could spill over here into Canada. This has, oh my God.
Yeah,
it just keeps on getting worse.
Yeah. Are we closer to World War III because of what happened at the White House today? I don't think so.
A different kind
We were
of World
pretty
War
darn
III.
close to World War III with Biden at the helm.
Yeah.
I don't think Trump linking arms with Russia and giving the finger to Europe helps anything because, at best, you've moved one nuclear power over to the side of another nuclear power, and then you got a bunch of little nuclear powers over there who are, beating the war drums. So I think we're still at the edge of World War III. I don't think that blame falls on Zelensky's shoulders. I think that blame falls on the shoulders of the United States. Barack Obama, as much as Donald Trump, as much as Biden. You can't argue with the fact that the United States overthrew a legally elected government in Ukraine.
Yes, I can. I can argue with that.
Well, you can, but you'd be incorrect.
No, I don't think so. I think that the reality is Putin just wants to put one of his puppets back in there. He wants not a neutral government. He wants his guy in, but he's got something way better now because he's got his boys in the White House. That's what he's got.
I don't disagree with you that Putin wants one. Yeah, I agree. Putin wants one of his guys in there.
Yeah.
But reality is the United States under Obama put one of their guys into Ukraine. I was
I,
there
I,
on
yeah.
the
I mean, look,
ground
I'm
when
not
McCain,
going to, I'm not
when
going to
McCain
dispute.
and Newland were handing out $500 bills
Oh,
to university
I
students to go
think,
protest.
well, you had two competing sides representing really oligarchs on both sides, trying
Yeah,
to trying to sell something to the government there. Come with us. No, you come with us. And it's just, it was a competition is what it was. Ultimately, the people were, you know, given a choice, and then Yanukovych didn't want to do it, and for a bunch of reasons, because he's Putin's guy. And you can say that it was a coup, but in the end, it's not. It just isn't simple. It's many
well,
sides,
nothing's
and
ever
and
simple.
it's uh it not a coup in the sense of a coup on the U.S. side. It's Europe, it's the United States, it's competing forces, and Yanukovych didn't sign it, so it just deteriorated into that. And it's a bloody
We'll have to
mess.
do it.
So
We'll have to do another show on what Yanukovych was doing or did, because we're going to disagree on that one
yeah,
too.
that's okay. And at this point,
Yeah,
at this point, the thing that
it's
matters the
history
most
anyway.
is, yeah, it's in the past, and the thing that matters most is where we're at right now, and how this has brought us to this really potentially a global disaster that we need to find a way to avoid having this deteriorate into something where there's a lot more death and conflict, and I don't know, man. But at the same time, I don't want to live in oppression. We've got some tough times
Well,
ahead of us, I think.
well, you have to choose. You either become part of the United States or part of Russia.
Same damn thing tonight, I think, in many respects.
You don't have to
Tom,
worry.
Tom,
We'll just drop
Tom,
an Oreshnik on you and it'll be
yeah.
over with.
Well, then that bomb will have fallen on my head, right? Just like Donald
Yeah,
Trump
that bomb
warned
might
us
fall on
about.
your head tonight.
The bomb might
Be
fall on our
careful
head
when you
tonight.
go to bed. There's a
Yeah,
reason I'm not sleeping tonight.
yeah. Well, but I don't hear you denying it. Putin's got his boys in the White House. Yes, he does. Talking about a coup. Yeah, that's what we have, a democratic coup in the US of A. And that's why they're purging everybody from the ranks of the civil service. Anybody that disagrees with Trump, you're gonzo. Look out, baby, because you're getting your pink slip. And that's what's going on down there.
Man, we'll
Oh,
have to do another stream on
it's
that
an
too. Because I tell you
ideological
what,
purge. Yeah.
let's get rid of some of that overhead.
Oh, well, it's a little bit more than that. It's very targeted overhead. Yeah, come on. Like, efficiency is one thing, and then there's a political purge. And we got a little bit of the one and a whole lot of the other going on right now. And that is kind of the truth of the matter.
It's only been
That's
a
why
month, and I think
I
there's a
know.
lot more purging
Oh,
coming.
there is. And I don't think it's all about efficiency, because I don't think you've got Mr. Efficiency running the the Department of Getting Even. I think that, I think
The doggies.
yes,
Woo!
that's right. Yeah,
Those little
you've
doggies.
got you've got the fox guard in the
Hey,
hen house there, my man.
hey, it's gonna save the United States billions of dollars.
Yeah, and
Except they're gonna take that billions of dollars and pay it to the states for unemployment.
yes, it's terrible actually,
So
from an
yeah,
economic point of view. This is going to implode the U.S. economy. You suck that much. This is reverse Keynesian economics. That's what it is, because you're taking all that economic stimulus out of the economy. Donald Trump is crashing the economy, in case anybody hasn't noticed. And the tariffs will
yeah.
have a severe negative economic impact. You pull all that government spending, like is it $1 trillion they're pulling out? I can't remember. I have to go back and review the numbers. Massive amount of money coming out of government spending. That's negative stimulus. That puts more people in unemployment. Then you put them if you put them on any kind of social welfare, that becomes an additional drag on the economy because they're not productive. That's just free
And
money. That's inflationary. This is
and because they're getting
bullshit
so
economics.
much less than they earned in salary, they have less spending power.
Yes.
So, yes.
So
I'm only bringing this up. Yeah, I'm only bringing this up so that people in the audience actually think through some of these things a little deeper. Trump is saving billions of dollars out of the government and government waste. But I always go back to the city I live in here. We have a perfectly good brand new street sweeping truck, but it never leaves the garage except for once a year to give a squirt of water on the streets. And what do they have of people out there sweeping streets? Little old ladies and little old men in orange vests and a broom doing it manually to keep them employed.
Yeah, well,
so
and that's okay, I guess. But that's but for me, like I would take a slightly different approach to the public works projects to stimulate the economy. But I get what you're saying, and there is merit to that. But I'll tell you, man, like people better brace for impact because here it comes. And you and I have spoken about this a little bit, before. I think it was after a program saying that in many respects this is like the U.S. version now of the fall of the Soviet Union, right? I think that's what we're about to witness.
I have heard that from former Soviets who live in the United States, who are wanting to come back to Russia. They've lived through it, and they say they see the same signs as when the Soviet Union fell apart.
Yeah. And Donald Trump is helping it along. While everybody thinks he's saving the economy, he's tanking it. And once it goes down, all those rich oligarchs, they'll be buying everything up at 10 cents on the dollar. And after they sold everything at the top, and they buy it all back at the bottom. Sell high, buy low, and then ride it all the way back up to the top again. And they'll be richer than ever.
So somebody in the chat is saying, well, if you reduce government and less bureaucracy, those that have lost their jobs can go work for businesses. But what they need to realize if they think it through is if the businesses can't be supported because there's not as much money in the economy, people can't get jobs.
You need time to transition.
So
you need to build. You need to build the economy, and that takes time. You need to build industries, or of some kind or another. You don't just get fired from your job and then have the economy contracting and then go get a job someplace else if there aren't jobs. You need to stimulate growth, and the government needs to create the conditions for growth. Trump thinks he's going to do that with his tariffs, but he won't, because he's sucking too much money out of the economy. Even if he attracts some industries, there won't be enough economic stimulus there as the economy is pulling back in and contracting. So it will be very difficult for these companies to expand out, especially because the industries that don't attract industries in, you have too many inflationary sources of inflation in the mix. So he's going to end up with what they call stagflation, where you're going to get like rising interest rates, you're going to get inflationary pressures and economic contraction all at the same time, and it's going to implode. It will collapse. He's no genius, or maybe he is, because you have to be doing this on purpose. It really comes down to that. It has to be, this is being done on purpose. Because otherwise you have to be a complete freaking idiot to employ these economic policies.
People think that Trump got into office and a week later he and Putin are talking on the phone. A week later they're meeting in Saudi Arabia. This stuff doesn't happen that quickly. This stuff was talked about before Trump ever got into office.
Yeah. Yeah.
That said,
trust the plan. My friends
that
out
said,
there
I
in
have to get up in an hour and a half to make coffee for Mama. So.
There you go. Kevin, thank you for coming on tonight. I love having you on,
It was
my friend.
fun.
And get my new Russian passport ready, okay? Because once we get absorbed by the United States, I think it's not just a golden ticket; it's a dual passport, Russian,
Dual
American,
passport, yeah.
and maybe a Chinese one at the same time. And maybe that's a
Yeah,
good thing
mine's
because up
dual.
until now,
Yeah.
everybody's been afraid of the Chinese. So maybe we'll all be friends and it'll be open borders between the nations. Or
I
something.
think triple country citizenship would be fine. I like Chinese food.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm worried about everything. Stay safe over there, and we'll have you back on real soon.
Yep. I'm sure with the news cycle right now, it'll be quick.
All right. Thank you, Kevin Michelizzi from Crimea.
Thanks, everyone.
I'll catch you on the flip side. Don't go away, everybody. Mike Bukarek is up next. Thanks, Kevin. Bye.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, let's bring Mike in. I hope he's ready for us.
Oh, hey, yeah, I'm ready.
Hey
It's
there,
just-
Mike.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
All right. Well, welcome back. I didn't think we'd have you back on so soon
Yeah, I
after
didn't think
last
it would be
night, but
this
here we
soon
go.
either. Yep.
Oh my God. Okay, so go ahead. First thoughts and your review of the disaster in the White House today.
It just doesn't stop coming, I guess. That was an unbelievable moment. It's a little bit interesting because Trump has been throwing out Kremlin propaganda for, 2 weeks at this point. And we heard more of it out of the mouths of Trump and J.D. Vance in the Oval Office. There's reports that RT and possibly TASS were in the Oval Office for at least a brief part of that. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but they did. And the visuals of it. So Trump met with the leaders of France and the United Kingdom very recently, the last several days. And it was just Trump and the foreign head of state meeting. I have no idea Why this time they had Vance and Rubio in the room, I don't get it. That the setup for the meeting was unique enough that we need to ask some questions. Now, maybe it was innocent, but I don't think so. I think that Trump and J.D. Vance meant to do this, something similar, in a similar way to what Vance threw at the Europeans in the recent security conferences in Europe, when Vance just started spouting a whole bunch of right-wing nonsense at the Europeans, and they're like, what is this, and why is this at a security conference? So I think that was on purpose, that they wanted something like this. I don't know what they were trying to get out of it. Maybe they thought Zelensky would bow down, but obviously he didn't. That's not in his character, as we've seen from the past several years. But if I had to give a bottom line to it, I would say that today in the White House, Trump and Vance relinquished America's role as the leader of the free world. I don't think that they can claim that anymore. I don't think after the last several weeks, and certainly after the last couple of weeks, and then the ridiculousness that we saw today, I don't think President Trump has any claim for being, I don't think anyone looks to him, because the United States, the only way that we could claim that is for our allies, to be friendly enough and on good terms with us enough for them to say, yes, the Americans are who we want on our side. And nobody's going to be thinking of Trump in those terms. No one, while Trump is the commander-in-chief of the United States, I don't think anyone's going to be thinking about the United States in those terms. So
and I should just get you to, just in case there are probably some people who are watching who aren't familiar with you. So
okay.
So let's just get you to reintroduce yourself.
I actually meant to do that last night too, and I never got to it, but that's all right. So those who you don't know, you can see some of it in my background. You got my shadow box right there. I'm a United States Air Force veteran. I was in the United States Air Force between the years of 2001 and 2023, so 22 years of active duty service. That brought me to 36 nations on 4 continents. So Ukraine was the 3rd combat zone that I visited. I was deployed to both Iraq and Afghanistan at different times. And depending on how you define some of the places I went in Africa, I've been to a couple more, like Niger and places like that are unique situations. Of course, we're not in Niger anymore. The Russians managed to get us out of Niger as well. But one of my main duties in the Air Force between the years of 2017 and 2023, they were specifically on all of my annual performance reports, as one of my primary duties was to directly counter Russian disinformation. The way that I did that was through a concept that we call soft power. What that is kind of like what I was talking about with how does the United States actually, how is the United States actually considered the leader of the free world? Because we have territorial control over the 50 states and then a couple of territories like Puerto Rico and Guam. Not limited to those two, but we have very limited territorial control in the world. So how are we the leader? I mean, we have the biggest economy, but then Europe is about the same. When you put the EU or the rest of the NATO nations together, they're about the same. China is about the same. So we're not even the majority of the economy of the world. So the only way this works is through the rest of the world thinking that they want us leading the way. They think that United States has their back, that the United States supports them in various ways. This could include economic power, but also, for instance, the United States Navy, one of their primary jobs during peacetime is to ensure safe passage of commerce on the open seas. This goes all the way back. The Barbary pirates in the very early years of the United States was one example when we had problems with that. Most recently, you could see it in the Red Sea, defending commercial shipping against the Houthis. If you go back 10, 15 years, all those pirates off of the Horn of Africa, that kind of thing that people don't necessarily think about it, but the dominant navy in the world is the United States Navy. And without the United States Navy, shipping would be a lot more dangerous. So there's various ways that we do it. My end of it was cultural, where when I would visit a foreign nation, it was all about I am the face of America. We're decent people. We're going to treat you right. That kind of stuff. And when that breaks, it's difficult to build. But when it breaks, it becomes a lot more difficult to rebuild, if not impossible, depending on who you're talking to. Now we can do some explaining. Maybe Trump will leave office. Maybe it'll get better. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. But as of now, I can't see that the United States is in any way, shape, or form the leader of the free world anymore. I just don't.
And that's, I mean, yeah, today was, without question, a milestone moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Russian disinformation it has so many legs. I've heard so many things repeated so many times, and it's the thing that if you repeat a lie often enough, people start believing it. The concept that Ukraine is not a nation or that their independence and pro-Western stance is somehow not valid goes to completely undermine the entire nationhood of Ukraine. And it's incredibly insidious lies. And no, Ukrainians would not agree with that. So if you look at America, for instance, I grew up in, I'm a tumbleweed, but I claim Colorado, the state of Colorado, which has a Spanish name. It's the color red in Spanish language because at one point it was part of the Spanish Empire. Conquistadors were the first ones to get there. I lived for many years of my life. I was in Texas, which was part of the Spanish Empire and then the Mexican Empire, and then it was an independent state, so it's the United States has all sorts of these regions that have people from somewhere else. I remember when I was living in San Antonio, the Spurs, the basketball team there, was doing very well. They were national champions. I think I've even mentioned this on the program before because it's such a part of my life that struck me. That during the way those games are, the two teams split who has home, and it was the Spurs and the Miami Heat in the national champions. And one of the anthems at one of the games in San Antonio was sung by this Mexican troubadour kind of a vocalist, a kid, 12, 14, 15 years old, young kid, who would wear the traditional Mexican garb that you might see on one of those musicians, and just all sorts of racist and anti-Hispanic and anti-Mexican feedback. But in the United States, this kid's family had lived in Texas for far longer than Texas had been part of the United States. So, I mean, today you don't get much more American. You mentioned Texas, pickup truck and cowboy hat and big boots and all that kind of stuff. And people think, yeah, Texas is like this. One faction of America would consider Texas like the epitome of American, right? But you've got all of these families in Texas that are Mexican and Spanish and all that kind of stuff. So these claims on Ukraine about this part of the nation is Russian. Yeah, that's crap. And it should not be accepted at face value. It should be pushed back at hard. Those regions of Ukraine are Ukrainian. They are Ukrainian by history. They're Ukrainian by most recently by international law, which I will point out that both the United States and Russia are signatories to. And under the Geneva Conventions, breaking those borders, or the Russian illegal annexation, illegal is a very, very real term here. It broke international law. It was literally a war crime for Russia to annex or attempt to or claim to annex those territories. Those territories are Ukrainian. Unless a future treaty between the nations of Ukraine and Russia takes place where that changes, then those territories are Ukrainian.
And to explain to people, the reason there are Russian-speaking populations there is because Russia moved people in there over time. A lot of it happened during the Soviet era when
both
they
the
were
the czars and the Russians. The whole thing about the Holodomor in the 1930s, Russia was they did this in more than just Ukraine. They did this in the Baltic states. They did it in Kyrgyzstan. They did it in Kazakhstan. All of the Soviet republics. They would move Russians into those places. And in the Holodomor's case, there's some question about whether the initial start to the famine was deliberate or just obvious consequence of bad Russian government policies concerning the change to the farming, the agriculture that they were trying to do. But after it started, the Russians absolutely 100% chose to keep the ethnic Russians that they had moved in fed, while ethnic Ukrainians died in a very, very stark and explicit and very clear case of ethnic cleansing. So when people are talking about, well, these are Russian and the 2014 revolution was fake, this is all going back into the old ethnic cleansing, genocidal Russian talking points, and they just have legs and legs and legs, and they keep coming back at me. Your previous guest was putting them out, but he is not the only person that's had them come back to me in the last few days.
And what Zelensky was saying, it is true. Putin wants to commit basically a cultural genocide. He wants the Ukrainian culture gone. He wants Ukraine gone. I think it was probably early 2000s when Russia first started sowing those seeds of Ukraine is not a real country, and that's what's been going on in Canada for since pretty heavy since the beginning of the pandemic. So the same techniques, the same psyop, the same propaganda is being sprinkled across Canada right now. It has been for a number of years.
Yes. So, this all kind of came out of other things. If people do have more questions about my background or what I've done, both in the Air Force and since I retired from the Air Force, I'm not hiding on Facebook or Twitter. You can find me there and drop me a note.
So let's go back to the meeting.
Okay.
To me, I don't think Zelensky was disrespectful.
No.
I didn't get that at all.
Nope.
He was sitting there and they were attacking him. And I think J.D.'s Vance was passive aggressive. He was looking for a moment to provoke. He poked him, and then he poked him again and attacked him.
And then there was Trump actually pushing on Zelensky's leg. Marco Rubio was sitting there like he was the used up gimp from Pulp Fiction. Marco Rubio might as well be a lobotomized flying monkey at this point. If he chooses to stand up, then great. Otherwise, he's just Trump's flying monkey.
Pretty clear that he's afraid. To me, he's afraid.
Well, in that cabinet meeting that they had with Elon Musk, nobody in Trump's cabinet has the courage to stand up. And Trump did that by design. He had in his first administration, some very good people. H.R. McMaster, General Dunford was not his choice, but he was very good. General Mattis was amazing. John Kelly was very good. And there were a few other people that it's slipping my mind. That's not the case this time. In Trump's first administration, he didn't choose all of the great people, but some of the people that he chose were very good. This time around, he is not choosing the single person that has the courage to go against Trump. And by that, what I mean is when you're building a team that you want to be effective, you want to have people that can think for themselves, that can bring their expertise to the table, that when, for instance, just to choose something, like if you're working on agriculture, President Trump doesn't know the first thing about farming. He just doesn't. He never has been a farmer. He's never been involved in the farming business. He knows nothing. At best, he has a passing education from a distance that's like third or even fourth hand. So what he needs, and this is why you have cabinet secretaries, he wants an expert on agriculture. So that person, when agriculture things come up, needs to feel comfortable to bring things that Trump might or might not agree with, might not even understand. Even if it goes against what Trump is saying, the Secretary of Agriculture needs to be able to speak up and say, no, President, this is actually what's going on. And that's the job that the president should be hiring them to do. There isn't a single person in Trump's current cabinet that is that way. They
if
were
I
not
could just stop
chosen
for a
for that
second,
kind of courage.
I'm just looking in the chat, especially over in Rumble, and I'm just going to warn people over there, if you can't be respectful, I'm going to kick you out. It's just that simple. I'm really tired of the BS and the propaganda that people spew over there. Now, you're welcome to have an opinion, but you will be respectful, and or I'm gonna kick you out tonight, because I'm just you've just used up so much of my goodwill. Yeah, it's really wearing thin. So I'll pop back in and take a glance in a little while, but go ahead, Mike.
That was interesting. I had closed the chat. They want to talk to me. It was, I read one really strange comment that, well, Mike's not a farmer either. Well, no, it wasn't what I was talking about either. I was using the Department of Agriculture as a very neutral stand-in for the current situation and the kind of leadership that I've come to know and expect, the kind of leadership that I practiced in the military, and what they taught me, and what previous administrations have done. For instance, President Abraham Lincoln famously had the Team of Rivals, as the book was titled, where he specifically chose people for his cabinet that ran against him, publicly disagreed with him, because he decided that if he wanted to effectively lead, he needed to hear dissenting voices. He needed to hear it firsthand into his face, because that's the only way that he could make an informed decision.
And Lynn, no, it doesn't mean you have to agree with me. It means that you just have to be respectful. There's a difference.
And Lynn can find me on, like I said, Facebook or Twitter. I'm not hiding on either one of those. You can search my name. Mm-hmm. My Twitter handle is @simplehorn. You can find me that way if that's easier for you.
So you were with Ukraine Defense Support.
You're
not with them now.
Year. Yeah.
Where do you think this leaves that organization?
Well, they have to be very careful. They are a 501c3. The problem that they're going to run into is, while in the United States, Ukraine is still a overwhelmingly bipartisan issue. 70 to 80% of the United States supports helping Ukraine. There's a very loud minority like J.D. Vance and his ilk that are anti-Ukraine. But prior to this, the 501c3 could be a single issue advocacy kind of a thing without any real political overtones, except for minor ones. I don't know where they're going to head. I still talk to some of the people fairly regularly. I'm not in on their decisions, so I don't know what they're thinking. necessarily as their leadership board. But they're going to have to be careful, because after today and then after the last month, it's become blazingly hot on the partisan end. And with Trump's reorganization of the Department of Justice, kicking out career law enforcement in the FBI or U.S. Marshal end, or the U.S. Marshals or Department of Treasury. Apologies for that. But I might have misspoke. Sorry, delete all that. But my point was he got rid of a whole bunch of lawyers in the Department of Justice and in the Pentagon. They were career people. They were civil servants that took their oaths seriously, their nonpartisan nature very seriously. Mm-hmm. And he kicked him out because he wants to go hyper-partisan. He doesn't want any pushback. He wants to, as the Supreme Court laid out last year in a very terrifying ruling, if the president does it, it's legal. And he wants to push on that. He wants to push that to the absolute extreme. So at this point, the only guardrail that I see, because Congress is lying down, if Congress doesn't stand up, the only guardrail I see are the courts, the third branch of government. But the problem here is that the courts don't enforce the law. They can rule. And under the Constitution, the Supreme Court is the only authorized source for what is and is not constitutional outside of the amendment process. But they don't enforce the law.
Just to kind of get it focused again, Ukraine Defense Support has to protect its charitable status.
Yeah. It has to protect its charitable status, and I see their path ahead difficult because
they're going to come after them and try and take that away.
The restructuring of the Trump Department of Justice.
Because the United States basically, the United States today, Donald Trump has basically pulled support from Ukraine, and this changes everything. And I would say by aligning with Russia, he maybe even in a way has gone to war with Ukraine. And maybe not to that level, but
withdrawing support's a big deal. I don't know how extensive that is yet. That remains to be seen. Just yesterday or the day before, I'll have to go back and find out exactly what date that was. They extended the American sanctions on Russia for months, if not for an entire year. The existing sanctions that included the late Biden administration sanctions on Russia's Ghost Fleet for oil and other things. I don't know where that's going to stand, because they could turn that around at the time of their choosing. So
I'm just looking in on the chat where people are saying that I'm getting blasted, I guess. I don't know about that. Rick, I don't know what the hell that is. Okay, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so
yeah, they throw out the TDS all the time. Anytime the Deer Orange leader gets mocked or challenged, they throw out TDS as if that's some sort of defense.
And there's my good friend Kitty, who always seemed to have kind words to say about me, but seems to have turned on me lately. Kitty, I don't understand why you hate me so much, because we were always friends before, but suddenly it's like every night you're in there kicking me in the teeth. I don't quite get it.
So,
but whatever.
Well, you pulled up a Mike DeMore.
Oh, it's the one. Yeah. Sorry, that was the wrong one. What's he saying?
Well, he said after the debacle that Zelensky, I guess he doesn't know how to spell Zelensky, did today, all military aid is cut off. The electricity money is cut off. Ukraine is done. Also, they're going to impeach Zelensky in Ukraine. So there's several misstatements in that. The European nations' contributions to the defense of Ukraine, both military and economic, for instance, pensioners paying for hospitals, things like that. The European aid to Ukraine is roughly 60 to 65% of the total aid so far. with the United States being the remainder, and really it's the United States and places like Japan and Australia being the remainder.
So tonight, does this reshape the world? Because it seems like it's the a pivotal moment where we're facing a realignment, as we've been hearing about, and this seems to be the pivotal moment toward that.
It's certainly a realignment for Ukraine. The United States is going to suffer by this as well. I mean, you mentioned things like people selling munitions and stuff like that. I don't think this spigot will get turned off overly quickly, because in the United States, part of the debate was we're giving all this money to Ukraine, and then surrounding this mineral rights deal, Trump decided for whatever reason he wanted to get that money back. But people are forgetting that most of the money that the United States spent on aid for Ukraine stayed in the United States. So we gave several hundred old Bradleys that had been sitting in storage, and they had been built in the 80s and 90s. So you're talking 30-year-old vehicles. They don't have that much residual value to them anymore. But the United States military, when they're throwing ammunition and vehicles into Ukraine, that means the United States military needs to restock. So all that money going into new ammunition plants. There was a brand spanking new one built in Mesquite, Texas, for example. The one near me, south of me in Carbondale, Illinois, greatly expanded. The one in Pennsylvania that Zelensky visited in September, greatly
which pissed
expanded.
off Trump.
Evidently,
Vance.
which is weird, because all he was doing was going there to thank the workers for helping defend.
You're
Ukraine.
helping the opposing party.
Yeah,
They didn't like that.
yeah, we're helping the anti-Russian side of the So
And Kitty, I just put the phone system up, and anybody wants to call in tonight, you can do that. And Mike, I sent you a link to the Google Meet thing.
Yeah.
So if you want to jump on over there, then you'll be able to hear the audio, and we can start taking phone calls from people. And Kitty, I love you, so please call in, because I'd really like to hear from you.
That's
and
the link. Oh, there it is.
yeah. So let's take a little break. Mike will jump over to the phone system, and we'll start picking up some calls. There we go. There's Mike.
Do I leave this system, or do I stay?
Yeah, just stay. You can leave it on if you want. I'll just take you out of the stream over here, and I'll put you in over there. Make sure you activate your camera over there too. And I'm going to take a little break, and then we'll reconvene on the other side. On the other side of this.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Let's see if we can make this thing work. Here we go, and here we go over here. And I think we're in pretty good shape. Let's bring Mike back in through the other system. There we are. And I don't think, no, we don't have any other callers in here yet. So let me just take another quick break while we put that phone number up on the screen so you can join the conversation tonight. And yeah, the focus of the conversation is, of course, this disastrous meeting in the White House with Vance, Rubio, Zelensky, and Trump. And here's the number to call. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Exercise your right to free speech. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Call 1-647-734-4220. Then enter the PIN number 860-075-764, followed by the pound sign. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. Okay, we've got somebody on the line now. Mike stepped away, so we've got a little blank screen over there. And he's back, sort of. Who's on the line? Is that John?
It is Remy John Scotty out of Oil Ridge, Alberta. Good evening.
Well, they're coming for your oil out there in Alberta, John.
They certainly are.
Yes, they are.
What is going on with the audio?
I don't know. I can hear you. Okay, can you hear the callers there, Mike?
Yeah, it was doubled.
It's because you're in the other system, likely. So if you want to just jump out of the other studio and just stay on over here, that will probably take care of it. And another caller coming in, I believe. Yes,
all right, yeah, that's better.
We've got another caller. And who else is on the line with us tonight?
Well, who would you think? It's Isabel. Hi.
Hello, Isabel. And oh, you know what? Like I guess I'm under getting blasted in the Rumble chat just because I asked people to be respectful. People don't. I guess some people think that free speech means you get to be disrespectful. Is it too much to ask people to be respectful?
Well, you can say what you want. You just
be respectful.
But other people are free to, criticize how you're saying it.
I guess.
So and they're being disrespectful, then that's your right.
My goodness. Okay, so John, back to you. Just what do you think? And if you have any questions for Mike tonight, throw them out there, folks.
Well, Rick, I'm glad I phoned you in kind of a panic position when the president of Ukraine came in the White House, and I think who needs to learn some etiquette and manners is a 2,800-pound orange orangutan called Donald J. Trump, who's led us down the garden path. And I think, with all due respect to the office of the President of the United States, this should be a huge wake-up call, boys and girls, to the world, and a huge wake-up call to Canada and Mexico. And I think Canada needs to link arm in arm with that president of Mexico. Either Justin Trudeau needs to go down to Mexico, or she needs to come here on an emergency visit. And we need to come together, lock arms like an Oreo cookie. Mexico's on one side of the orangutan, we're on the other, and squeeze them, because the United States is right on the edge of bankruptcy. And when Mexico and Canada link arms together, we won't be putting up with the garbage that the president of the Ukraine did today. And I'm part American from Minnesota. I'm embarrassed. It was a 2 against 1, a senior bully, and now the junior J.D. Vance, the newest bully.
Yeah, and it was like, and it was. Did you notice that Trump couldn't even get the the year right? 2015. No, Mr. President, it's 2014. And then Vance corrects Trump again, and he's like, well, I wasn't even there at another point. And it's like you can tell they're not even fully versed in the issues, and these are the people running the show. And Isabel, what did you think?
I watched that today. That was a general shit show. That was done on purpose, on and televised to belittle Zelensky. Period. The guy never really got to say anything.
Yeah.
And yeah, the orangutan sat there, and it was like, anytime Zelensky had something to say, Trump had to jump right in.
Yeah.
It's like, you're in my playpen, you're not going to get to talk. Well, that's not diplomatic at all.
No.
And I think that was definitely, they were there to ambush him.
100%.
And that was a complete setup. And I watched the whole thing, and I thought,
I can't think of
And
it.
then-
You're right. I can't think of another world leader that they would have treated that way. Not one.
no, from the very beginning, I seen this. When I seen the tariff so
No,
little
you're
on
in, you
China
guys,
and
you're
Russia,
incorrect. They have done this, and they've done it to Justin Trudeau.
That's
the Prime
true.
Minister
You're
of
quite
Canada.
right there, John. That is accurate. Yeah.
yes, they did. When I seen this in the beginning with the small amount of tariffs on China and Russia, and how heavy-handed he's become to his allies, that showed you right off the bat where he stood. He has no intention of treating any of his allies fairly.
Yeah.
And he just wants to
this
stalk
guy.
through like a bull.
This guy has flipped sides. Or maybe he's just taking his mask off. Who else just joined us on the call?
It's Antonio, Rick. Good evening, night, whatever it is.
Good
Thank you
evening,
again,
good
for
evening,
all you
Sir
do, Rick.
Antonio.
Yeah, I've been defending you on the chat there.
Thank
you.
I need all the backup I can get.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing I don't go by my feelings, because if I did, I wouldn't probably call in either. But, you know, I think people got to get over certain things. You're not their enemy. I mean, I see them come in and day out, and yet just blasting you for an opinion, and it's just wrong. That's my take on it.
Yeah, well,
It is. I sit and I watch the chat too on the YouTube side, and I'm like, oh my God.
Well, don't worry about
If you
me.
don't
Let's
like
get
it,
back to the
hang
issue.
up.
I don't need the sympathy. I'm used to the
No,
abuse, so it's fine.
I will point out. So I've been dealing with people like that for a long time. You'll notice that of the three people that have joined this call so far, none of them are the people that are bashing because they don't have the courage to join.
Mm-hmm.
They're happy to be the keyboard warriors, but are they going to actually call in and have a discussion, or do they just want to, tappity tap 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 and spew whatever?
Well, because they can.
That's a great
They can
point.
hide behind their screen, right?
Yeah, well, keyboard warriors. So yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But guys, remember, John, I do have to say, for all the Mr. Trump is really good at two things. He's very good at going bankrupt multiple times, and he's very good at picking wives that don't work out, and Stormy Daniel and the other lady mistresses. He obviously has, his mom and dad have fallen very short. They obviously have not taught him any basic, and you'll chime in, Antonio, any basic Christian manners, no etiquette. And I will tell you guys on the call, and look, I love my friends in the United States, my friends and family down in Minnesota. One of the greatest ambassadors and diplomats in the world was an old premier by the name of Ralph Klein out of Alberta. And even after the disagreements the premiers would have, they always said Ralph Klein brought everybody together and bought Chinese food, and they got along at the table of Canada. And Donald J. Trump could take a little bit of a lesson of that. And I thought J.D. Vance was the instigator. And I thought that was very unprofessional of the vice president to speak, whether you like the president of Ukraine or not, it's irrelevant. To speak to a president of another country the way he did in a really down low way, and he's the vice president of the United States, and he's sitting there with Marco Rubio. He should have shut his mouth, and it should have been, with all due respect, between the orange orangutan, Mr. Trump, and the president of the Ukraine.
So I pointed that out earlier, that in President Trump's recent meetings with the heads of state of other nations, it was just the president and the foreign head of state. But for whatever reason, somebody decided today was a good day to have Vance in. Marco Rubio makes a little bit more sense if they were actually expecting to sign something today. The Secretary of State, it makes more sense, but the vice president had no earthly reason to be there. So the fact that he was there meant that they wanted him to do exactly what he did.
Well, Rick, the other thing, Rimby, again, allegedly being reported now is Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance literally basically strong-armed the president of Ukraine out. They had a lunch all set up they were going to do.
Yep.
That didn't happen. And furthermore, Rick, did I hear it incorrectly with Kevin Michelici that the president of Ukraine said in Russian that J.D. Vance was an effing bitch?
That's what he said.
Well, that's what he claimed. I didn't hear that in the audio. I'm going to ask some other folks.
I didn't pick up on that at all. If he says it, he says it. But I didn't pick that up. That's what I said.
Well,
that guy claims
that guy claims a lot of things. I mean, he threw a lot of Russian talking points at you. So, what he said, I'm going to take with a grain of salt. That I would have to verify it. I would actually have to see it. I'm not going to take it at face value.
So, if I can chime in now. I'm not a fan of Zelensky. He's a known WEFer for one example, and I'm
sorry. Could you clarify? A known what?
WEFer, World Economic Forum.
Klaus Schwab.
No, Zelensky. Right.
No, but the WEF, Antonio, was Klaus Schwab.
Right, but he's part of it. He's part of that. So is Putin, right? So, to me, these guys are on it all together. I've said that to you before, Rick. And, I'm not a fan. Right now, you can't really trust any of them, including Trump. And as far as his spiritual advisor, it's against Scripture. Paula White, it's against what the Bible says. Paula White is a woman, and she's heading the spiritual part of Trump's spiritual Christian belief. And that's against Scripture. It wasn't the man that was deceived, it was the woman, the Bible says. And they should be silent. I know this is going to offend many, but the Bible makes it clear that women should be silent in the church. Okay.
But Rick, did you see the other day there was Macron there from France, and he was pushing back on Trump, and then the following day, or today Friday, I think that was Wednesday, yesterday was the Prime Minister of Great Britain. I thought, Rick, we were going to actually watch live porn. Trump drop his pants and get a live BJ there from the Oval Office, that ass-kissing of this a second historical state visit to Britain from King Charles for President Trump. I mean, is Britain scared of Trump as well, guys?
Yeah,
it seems that way.
I think a lot of people are afraid of him because he has nukes and a lot of weapons, and he's in control. And he's out of control while being in control of the weapons, in my view. So yeah, I'm a little bit afraid of him too, but doesn't mean I respect him.
Well, it also doesn't mean that they're going to go along with what he says. So in recent, certainly over the last 12 months, the European part of NATO and other nations of goodwill have been working towards setting up supply for Ukraine that is not dependent on the United States. That's one of the reasons why the supplied F-16s are coming from the Netherlands and Denmark and Greece. France has already delivered some jets. So the UK and France, part of the NATO treaty that's been keeping the peace in Europe is the mutually assured destruction part of that, which includes a nuclear umbrella. And for the most part, that is guaranteed by the United States. However, the United Kingdom and France have their own nukes. And France recently offered to, if the United States withdraws the nuclear umbrella, France said that they will cover for Germany, which is not a nuclear power, but they will provide the nuclear assurance to the rest of the EU. They'll cover Germany and Poland, and the United Kingdom is a second on that. And so they're afraid of Trump, but mainly I think what they're afraid of is Trump is going to withdraw the traditional American leader of the free world status from NATO and from Europe. And so they're looking to cover that void that Trump is making.
So here's the clip or a version of a clip. I have not watched this, but this is what is being put forward as proof, or this is the effing bitch thing. Let's see if this is accurate or not. Let me see if I can make this play.
Hey, Rick, if you have that cut already, it's a 10-second clip. Would you mind sending it to me? I'll run it by some language folks I know.
I can do that. Yeah. Let's play it. We'll play it here.
I have been to. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour. I have been to.
One more time.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour. I have been.
I'm saying no.
I'm saying hinky on that one. That one seems pretty hinky to me.
Yep.
I declare shenanigans.
Yeah, me too.
It's Kevin McAleechy kind of fibbing again. And I love you, Kevin McAleechy in Crimea. You're always welcome in Alberta to come. But is that a little bit of a Kevin McAleechy fib?
Well, or just repeating something that's been said someplace else. He had a list of things, the points that he was making, and he was on
I'm
his
sure
list.
This is on Russian Telegram, a lot.
And Kevin, we love you. We love you, and we appreciate you, Kevin McAleechy, staying up and coming on. And I mean, he's a definite friend of the show. So no disrespect, Kevin.
What I didn't like on this part of the thing was when Vance constantly went at Zelensky that you never said thank you. You never said I'm like, very diplomatic, huh? Zelensky said repeatedly to the public in America that he was very thankful to the American people.
You can spend 30 seconds on a Google search and come up with several dozen points over the last 3 years where Zelensky has expressed effusive gratitude to the United States on any sort of occasions and venues and outlets, from tweets to public comments to everything.
I thought those guys, I thought Trump, especially Vance, way out of line with that. It's the other way around. I don't care how much money has been sent to Ukraine. It's the Ukrainians who paid the highest price. They've paid with their blood, and it's not just for them. As you can clearly see tonight, what's happening in Ukraine is having an impact all around the world. It's having a direct impact here in Canada, and all the people. And Johnny, Toronto, my friend, we've had discussions about this. You said, doesn't matter what's going on over there. It's got nothing to do with Canada. It clearly does. And the Ukrainians have been paying with their youth, with their future, with their blood. So it should have been Vance and Trump and Rubio thanking Zelensky. And he has said thank you. I'm disgusted.
That was a total belittling, like I said, shit show. Even people in the government were disappointed, in the United States government, were disappointed with that being televised today. They're ashamed.
Yeah.
And they said that they were ashamed.
But Isabel Rimby John, with all due respect, any president, and I don't care who you like in the office, and the same thing can go for the Prime Minister of Britain or President of France or Justin Trudeau. Any proper diplomat would have walked out of there, brought the president of Ukraine on Air Force One and said, we're going to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend privately. We're going to work things out and we're going to discuss things and we're going to work together as a team resolution. We got Team Canada and Canada. Team resolution for peace. A proper school diplomat would not throw somebody out the front door of the White House into a secured vehicle and say, bye-bye, come back when you change your attitude. That's not appropriate. It's not acceptable.
No, you know what that made me think of? You know, when somebody fires you and the security escorts you out? So they belittle you in front of everybody, and that was a belittling on Zelensky.
Mm-hmm.
And then they reported that, well, because he wasn't going to be there for the luncheon afterward, well, they were just going to give it to, the White House group. They were going to have the lunch. I'm like, you had to put that in there? You had to.
Well, whether like Isabel, whether you agree with the president of Ukraine or not, these are schoolyard bullies, J.D. Vance and Trump, schoolyard bullies. And whether you like the president of Ukraine or not, he stood up to the schoolyard bullies and was not, and I knew the whole mine and mineral deal was, that thing's all offside. That's not going to happen. And Trump is the one, and J.D. Vance have screwed it up. Not the president of Ukraine, whether you like him or not, with all due respect to everybody on the show.
No, I mean, that's my sentiments also, is that was not done diplomatic. It should not have been televised to begin with. Show him some respect. It's a one-on-one, like he did with everybody else. He didn't need Vance there, and he didn't need the reporters. But Trump has to have a sensational thing. Everything has to be sensational. Look how good I am.
Can I ask a question? We lost you guys on the screen for a moment, I think. Just let me get you back up here. Here we go. My apologies. So
I'd like to ask Mike a question, if it's possible.
Okay,
sure.
I think we're back up.
Mike, what do you think at the end of the day that's going to happen? Do you have? Can you forecast what's going to happen with Ukraine and Russia?
So Ukraine's going to fight, even if all they have are shovels. The frontline Ukrainian soldiers that I know, the civilians that I know, have told me that on any number of occasions. It's their country. If a foreign power invades your country and starts blowing your stuff up and killing your family and threatening your children and committing war crimes, both large and small, you're going to take it kind of personal and you're going to fight back. So the Ukrainians will fight back. So even if Russia manages somehow to take over all of Ukraine, they still will not win because the Ukrainians will continue to fight. The Ukraine will never be peaceful under Russian oppression after this. Russia has done too much damage to the Ukrainians. So there is no path to Russian victory here. The Ukrainians will find and are finding support in Europe. There are shockingly large amounts of weapons and money coming out of European nations like Japan and Australia, South Korea. Canada just opened up $5 billion of frozen Russian assets for Ukraine, for instance. So there's all sorts of support for Ukraine, even without the United States.
But Mike Rimby, with all due respect, I thought the president of Ukraine today, did he have his hands crossed? He was defending himself. Did he lay out a proper timeline of the deals they made with Vladimir Putin of Russia on prisoner exchange? And they inked it and they signed the deal, and Putin was the one that never followed through. And Mike, I got a military question for you. Why did Ukraine get sucked into, and Rick, if you talked earlier, Why did Ukraine get sucked into giving up their nuclear armament? Because that was the only thing holding Vladimir Putin back from invading them.
So you're talking about the Budapest Memorandum from, I believe, 1994?
No, Rick can tell you about it, but I'm just saying, why did Ukraine give up their nukes? Because that was the only thing kept stability in the region.
When Ukraine gave up their nukes. So at the end of the Cold War, Ukraine had been a Soviet republic, part of the Soviet Union. They were not a separate Warsaw Pact puppet nation like Poland or East Germany. They were basically like Texas in the Soviet Union. They were a Soviet state. They in 1994, after the collapse of the Soviet Union and Ukraine, the history goes way back during the Bolshevik Revolution. After they toppled the Tsar, Ukraine was actually an independent nation for several years before the internal Soviet whites versus reds finally conquered Ukraine for the Bolsheviks. Ukraine finally won their independence in 91 after the fall of the Soviet Union, but significant portions of the Russian military were physically present on Ukrainian soil, and part of the dissolution was Ukraine owned them. They were Ukrainian owned at this point. The shipyards, all sorts of stuff. Ukraine was a big part of the Soviet military machine. So the nukes were there, and immediately, as soon as they gained independence, Ukraine became the third largest nuclear state on the planet. And I don't know how many of you remember the situation back then, but the United States was worried about nuclear proliferation. They were worried about both the Russians and the Ukrainians having the wherewithal to actually protect these nukes. There was large scares about nukes being sold to terrorists and things like that. Al-Qaeda wasn't really a thing yet, but the precursors to Al-Qaeda were already active. So yeah, it was a big thing. The Budapest Memorandum of 1994 was signed between the United States, Russia, and Ukraine. Both the United States and Russia gave security guarantees to Ukraine, saying, hey, if you give up these nukes, we will respect your territory and we will protect you if anything happens. Russia is a material breach of that. There were caveats in the Budapest Memorandum about reasons why it could be negated, but all of those are Russian propaganda. They're not true. That's one of the reasons why things like Ukraine is not a legitimate nation are so abhorrent, is they completely negate this sort of thing, like the Budapest Memorandum. And one of the reasons,
this guy too, Mike, this guy here, you're not
that's
seeing,
Brett Mayer.
No, not well, that too, but this GG in our chat saying the panel shedding tears for Zelensky. How about shed tears for the ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine that Zelensky had been killed? Yeah, but he's that's the Russian talking point.
Mm-hmm. Well,
those were the separatists and the Russian soldiers.
Speak for my on my behalf. I already made my view clear that I'm not a fan of Zelensky. So he's in the panel, so he's got that wrong.
So I'd like to make one last point about the Budapest Memorandum, because the United States guaranteed the sovereignty of Ukraine, and the Budapest Memorandum specifically referred to the UN Charter, recognizing the borders of Ukraine and Ukraine's right to exist. And if the United States abandons Ukraine and we abandon our expressed duties under the Budapest Memorandum, that's yet one more reason why the United States, nobody's going to trust us if we abandon Ukraine.
Antonio,
but you know, Mike.
Let Antonio talk. He wanted to say something.
Yeah, and all due respect, Mike, you didn't really answer the question. But what I gathered that you're saying is that because they're going to have all this support, that they're gonna win this war. Is that what you're saying?
I think the only nation that's currently capable of winning this war is Ukraine. I don't think Russia, even if they conquer Ukraine, I don't think Russia is going to win. I don't think they can. If you
What's
remember,
your view there, Rick? Do you have a view on that? Do you have any forecast on what's going to take place?
I think that I think Mike is right in this sense. Ukraine, the people of Ukraine have been struggling for independence for a long time. Since World War II, since before World War II, long before World War II. They don't want to live under Russian rule because of all the history and the oppression, the death, the Holodomor. They still remember all of that. And I think he's quite right. Even if Russia conquers Ukraine, the people there, the spirit, the resilience of the people, the desire for independence and the preservation of their culture and their way of life and for freedom, I think it will survive. It's an idea as well. It is a concept and an ideal, and they're not going to let it go any more than you can stamp out any other idea or ideal. But it may be oppressed, it may be pushed, but when you have people, any group of people that they have a right to exist as much as any other people, and they're fighting for their very existence. The only way to get rid of them is to physically exterminate them, and it's not it. We have it. The point is, they've survived. They've survived through Soviet occupation, Nazi occupation, through the Soviet era again, the Soviet Union. They finally seem to get their independence, and they don't want to let it go now. And they'll fight for it, even if Russia occupies the entire country, which may well happen. And I think what we're really presented with here is this restructuring of this geopolitical restructuring, this new alignment of countries, as Kevin agreed with me on. And he actually brought it up first tonight, but you basically what you have here in the White House is a coup.
We're all going to be fighting for our own individuality.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what it's coming down to.
That is what it's coming down to, Isabel. That's absolutely what this is. It's a struggle between the ideas and the values upon which Western society was built, the Enlightenment, individual rights and freedoms, property rights, and then on the other side you have this new communo-fascistic populist movement in America through MAGA, which people think is conservatism, but it is not. It's been misrepresented. It is the American equivalent of the same ideology that is now present in the Putin administration or regime, because that's really what it is. It's very authoritarian. It's also communo-fascism. It's getting back. It's anti-gay. It's anti-immigration. It is it's bigoted. It is authoritarian. It is it's not democracy. It's not really about free and fair elections. It's about we don't really care. And Trump is exhibiting this internationally. It's about if you've got the guns, you make the rules. If you've got the power and the might, you make the rules. And that was on display in the White House today. Zelensky doesn't matter because he doesn't have the cards, which is the power or the weapons. And without us, you got nothing.
So I need to jump back in there because it occurs to me that one of the sides of that question about Ukraine's ability to defend itself, especially without America, is I'm not quite sure how read up you are on how Ukraine is actually currently fighting. Mm-hmm. They do still, of course, need standard things like rifle ammunition, artillery ammunition, things like that. Yeah. But Ukraine in 2022 had a combat drone production of 0. They had nothing. Today, they are over 200,000 drones built per month. 200,000 per month. That's several million every single year. Each one of those is basically a guided artillery shell. And it's more than so in this the circle of how this works is very rapid. The ingenuity and the counter move, and then we improve and they improve and all that. It's very rapid. So something that works right now is going to be replaced 3 weeks from now. It's going to be degraded, and 3 months from now it might not be overly useful. It's both radio frequency and the currently very new fiber optic drone, which is completely unjammable. It's the concept of how they are fighting is completely different than what the United States military is looking at and has fought at any point.
And
so
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's
are you aware of what Putin has said? I think we'd be shutting our eyes to think that Putin doesn't have that technology.
So
he said himself that he who controls AI will control the world. So he's aware that this technology exists, and to think that he doesn't have that kind of technology, you'd be closing your eyes.
So
so Mike, with all it's Rimby John. Mike, you're speaking to Rimby John. My grandfather was a World War I veteran, John Humanson, and he lied about his age to go into World War I. And he was up in France, the front machine gun unit. You know what? My grandfather was a school teacher and a wonderful human being. Wouldn't exist, Mike, without him coming back. And I got to give you love from the Maverick News family worldwide. Thank you, Mike, for having the guts to come back on, because it's not easy, my friend. You know what my grandfather told me, Mike? And I'm a grandson of a World War I veteran. And from one veteran to another, my grandfather said to me, we've learned nothing. A glass of tap water has more value than a human being. And that was 100 years ago. And we're doing the same thing again and again and again. And it's not right. The entire Maverick News program that Rick has done with former Brendan Kennedy, it's all based around peace, family values, integrity, love, unity. I can disagree with somebody, but we can come together and have a coffee, and that's exactly what should have gone down in the White House today after that ridiculous, and it was an SHIT show. It was disgusting. The United States of America does not look good. This is international news now. And it's not acceptable. They should have gone into a back room, and the president of Ukraine should have been invited to Mar-a-Lago for the weekend. And let's work it out and massage it behind closed doors, and let's get her done. It's called peace, love, and unity. And this is a huge wake-up call, Canadians and people in Mexico, because when Trump and J.D. Vance come for the president of Ukraine, they're coming for Canada too, and Mexico next. Because you know what, Mike? Your country is bankrupt. You are right on the edge of bankruptcy, and you need Mexico more than now, and you need Canada, and you need my trillions in oil. You need Canada's treasure chest. And if you think the orange orangutan is going to come here, well, my oil jet's parked at the airport, Rick, with my hockey stick, and I'm Team Canada. This is a huge wake-up call. Team Canada. I don't care if you're a Quebecer, PEI, Newfoundlander, Montreal, Manitoba, BC, Alberta. This is a wake-up call, Isabel. Isabel, and I'm offside because I love you so much. You're so common sense.
So, I mean, there's a lot. Man, there was a lot going on in your statement, and my hat's off to your veteran ancestor. I would maybe put out that I don't think that you would disagree with this statement. You tell me if you're wrong, if I'm wrong, but there's a time to make peace, and most of the time we want it. And I've said before that the first people that want peace are military folks, because if stuff goes sideways and ammunition starts flying around, or as we say in the United States military now, if the hate starts flying, the military folks are the ones that are getting shot at first. So we don't want it. But at some point, there's just some things that you can't negotiate with. There are people that you can talk with and people that you might have disagreements with and maybe a misunderstanding with, and bad things happen, but at the end of the day you can come to an agreement. But there's also people that you can't reason with, you just have to stop. And Vladimir Putin at this point is one of those people you just have to stop.
Well, and again, Mike, how do you deal with that? Is your alleged enemy allegedly, will you shove a shotgun in their face or a nuke? And why did Ukraine ever?
One moment, folks. I just have to bring them back up here. Something is causing the internet to cut out. And what is going on? Yeah, I'm working on it. Something. It's like there's a power surge here every once in a while tonight, and it's clicking everything, and it just like it pops off.
There you go.
You're back on now.
If I can speak after Mike, because I'm kind of agreeing with him.
Yeah, so after World War II, this is one of the reasons why NATO was so crucial. The nations of Europe had been at each other's throats every couple of decades. You just start going back. Before World War II, it was this, that, and the other thing. Before World War I, and it was a mess. I think there were if I remember right, there were three different Russian Crimean wars in the 1800s. Three of them. So one of the things that we learned from World War II is that that United States, for one thing, is crucial to world peace, and the other thing is that Europe actually has to get together and be peaceful. And there's a reason why the continent of Europe had not seen a major conflict, and the world had not had a world war for 75 to 80 years, and that was NATO, backed by the United States. What we had learned after that, we had halted the extremely violent rivalries between France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. We had rebuilt Japan out of basically a medieval divine right imperium into a modern democracy. We had learned all sorts of things from World War II. One of the big problems with Russia's invasion of Ukraine is that Russia chose to throw away those lessons. And in my opinion, I don't think Europe and the United States responded strong enough to it. But at the same time, I understand
Mike, you completely missed my point. With my grandfather fighting in World War I, and you omit that, I don't know why, we learned nothing from World War I. We learned nothing. Why did we enter World War II if we had learned something? And you omit that. I don't know why.
I just want to say one thing really quickly. Kitty, everybody, especially me, wants you to call in. And we'll be nice. We miss you. Who else wants Kitty to call in?
I do.
There you go. See,
Alberta wants her to call in. Call in, Kitty. Please call in.
All right, sorry.
Voice your spleen.
All right, now back to the panel.
Yeah, so World War II was the answer to World War I. And if you talk to historians, the two world wars were, in some sense, World War I never actually stopped. It just had kind of an interruption, and then over in the Pacific, you had Japan invading China in, I believe, 1931. But they went in hard in 1937. So there's some historians that say that World War II started in 1937 rather than 1939. And there's some historians that say that World War I and World War II were the same conflict.
Well,
so
well Mike, I can tell you as a World War I grandson, it was never discussed or talked about with our family at the family table. And my World War I veteran, John Hugh Manson, private, in France only for 6 months. I was never, and he was a farmer teacher. And with those World War I veterans, Mike, with the utmost of respect to you, to your service, it was never discussed. They maybe among themselves. It was so brutal in the mud and the trenches that, and you know that.
So can I bring in some facts?
Okay, and then we're going to go to this clip because somebody wanted me to run this clip of Zelensky on Fox. So, but you go ahead, Antonio.
Okay, so one of the things in World War II that took place that was key that I think everyone is missing and that took place is God's will was fulfilled by, in 1948, after the war, Israel became a nation. And that was my belief that the purpose of World War II, okay, they became a nation. May 14, 1948, Israel became a nation, just like God said would happen. Okay, and it took place. He said he's going to scatter them throughout the world. He scattered them, and then he said he's going to bring them back. When he brought them back, God's will was done. That's my point. I think that's the key to World War II.
Okay, so let's run this clip of Zelensky on Fox News. Now I have it. It's there. Which tab?
Yeah, it's been standing on standby.
There it is.
On
Here
my
we
screen
go. Okay,
for
let's
5 minutes. And is that a brand new one before he left the U.S. or like
that was this evening? It happened after the White House debacle.
Oh, it's brand new. It's brand new.
Let's do it.
Step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this. And this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. this is so sensitive. You know, just a ceasefire without security guarantees. This is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in the struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side, and that America will stay with us, not with Russia, with us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe, and they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think...
Okay, so...
Now, Rickster, Rimby, John, is this not... The whole thing today was a cluster F and an SHIT show. This is a bad show on The Apprentice. Let's not forget, Donald J. Trump loves attention, loves TV. He's a master deal maker. This was a really bad episode of The Apprentice. But you know what? The Apprentice has moved in to the White House now. Is the world not alarmed over this? Canada and Mexico should be on high alert over
so
this.
I don't know. What do you think, Mike? Is this largely theatrics for some crazy reason, or you seem pretty darn real to me today?
It seemed real to me too. The thing that I'm getting though is there's a couple of things that the caller said. I'm sorry, I'm bad with names. I'm so sorry.
Remy John.
Thank you.
From Maverick News.
Yeah. So one of the things that Trump prides himself on is his ability to make deals, right? Whether that's real or not, that's one of the things he claims. But the absolute dumpster fire that happened in the Oval Office right now was showing that Donald Trump was completely incapable of closing this deal. Does that make sense? Where it's just made Donald Trump look so weak. It went after his claim to fame, his claim to strength.
Yep.
That it just makes him look bad.
And Mike, you are correct. I don't care. In Canada we have Conservative Party, NDP, Liberal, whatever. In the United States you have Republican, Democrats, Libertarian. I don't care what party you're from in the United States at all. I have relatives that in Minnesota are diehard Republicans.
You betcha.
They're so embarrassed. They are so embarrassed by this. They just about won't take my phone call with the apologies. This is, I don't care what party you're from in the United States of America. This does not make America stronger or bigger or better. It makes America weaker. And I mean, your 2,800-pound orange orangutan in the Oval Office, Donald J. Trump, he's sucker punched everybody around the world, not just Justin Trudeau in Canada. He's done it to the Prime Minister of Britain. He's done it. He's insulted the King of Jordan. I mean, he's run around the world now and just sucker punched everybody around the world, and not in a nice way, in a really, really very degrading, insulting way, my friend, Mike.
So, yeah, the thing that will determine how important this is, of course, is what happens now. Will Trump go back and close the deal and, claim victory, and this is what I meant all along? If it's a good deal for Ukraine, I think Zelensky would let him have that, whatever. If that's what you have to do to sleep at night, kind of a thing. But if I was Zelensky, I would start talking to Europe and Japan and Australia and say, hey, I can't make a deal with Trump. Can I make a deal with you? Because that would, if you really wanted to get under Trump's skin, that would be one way of doing it is, you can make that deal completely unavailable to him.
And
but Mike, I'm going to take you and your wife on an all-expense paid trip next winter, and it's called to the Gaza the Gaza Strip to the Trump Resort Casino and Golf Course.
Shouldn't
and
even
I'm
be
gonna
laughing
prepay-
about that. It's just so freaking twisted and sick.
I will point out that one of Donald Trump's bankruptcies was for a casino. And I will point out that the casino business is where the house always wins, yet Donald Trump managed to go bankrupt in the casino business. So just as a point of order on, maybe a measuring stick.
Interesting that
But
the
Mike-
Lincoln,
Mike-
if I
Mike-
may, John, the Lincoln Project released this video today, strangely, right on cue with what happened with this thing in the White House today. But it was produced prior to this. I'll run it for you. And Kitty was questioning my reference to a coup, which, yeah, I'll back up what I said, and I mean it in a fairly literal sense. But let me run this. I'm not alone in my view on this at this point.
It was the greatest honor, hero of the Soviet Union, awarded to those who gave their all to defend the motherland. Today, it is the hero of the Russian Federation. The men and women who have served the motherland's interests with great honor and distinction. Marco Rubio.
We're going to need to have functional embassies in Moscow and in Washington.
Tulsi Gabbard.
According to the U.S. government, these biolabs are conducting research on dangerous pathogens.
J.D. Vance.
I don't really care what happens to Ukraine one way or another.
And the greatest hero of our time, Donald Trump. These heroes know Russia is a peaceful nation that will never bow down to the decadent American values of what they call democracy. Remember them. Let history record their names amongst the greatest of our heroes. Never forget, they live in our hearts forever.
Thoughts?
Well,
Wow.
Rick, sir, I've got past director Pulaski on the show. Rick, I'm going after the next big Maverick News International show. Richter, I'm going for Stormy Daniels.
Well, I want thoughts on that video. Isabel?
And this was made before?
Yeah, just I think within the last week they polished it off and released it today. I don't know if you're familiar with the Lincoln Project, but the most prominent figure there is Rick Wilson, who was a longtime Republican who basically has left the Republican Party because of Trump, and the Lincoln Project kind of stands in opposition to Trump, but it's a lot of Republicans in there, conservatives.
Kind of explains a lot of what went on in the White House today, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So as we move forward with this fast-moving Trump administration, it seems like a lot of these allegations of Russian connections seem to be emerging as maybe accurate.
Yeah.
You know?
Like that one you had on, was it last night where you had that report from the KGB? About Trump's secret name?
Oh, yeah, that was the thing that came out recently.
Oh, yes.
Where a former KGB agent claims that Trump was recruited and groomed all the way back to 1987. That's, well, plausible. It's not confirmed. The problem is that it appears to be taken down as soon as it goes up on the various sources that I find it on. So,
Wonder
I mean,
why.
that might be a data point. It might not be. But right now, I would say plausible, but not confirmed.
And let's not overlook what my conversation tonight with Kevin, who's over in Crimea, who is, tied in with, the Russian blogosphere, essentially. And when I said tonight multiple times, it looks like Putin has his two boys in the White House, he's nodding in agreement. He's not disputing it. This is what's happened. You've got.
He's not disputing it. That's for sure. Kevin didn't dispute it.
He's agreeing with me.
Well, Mike Grimby, John, Rick, am I off base making this comment? I don't think. You were on last night, Mike, an incredible show. Does any of this tie back into Paul General Vallely
Yes,
out of Montana?
yeah, it
I
does,
don't
John.
know. I reckon
It
I'm
does.
not saying that to be disrespectful. I'm just
No.
there's a big tie in here, is there not?
Yeah, there is, because even the general, his ideology aligns with, and it's a MAGA thing. It's this new fourth political what theory. It's the combination of communism, fascism. Even though in his view it's like conservatism. No, it's this new way of it's this populist movement that is not conservative. It's been sold to people as conservative, but it certainly isn't. And as it has expanded and they've brought more people in from the some libertarians and some communists and some fascists, and you just have to go look at Jackson Hinkle. I don't encourage people to go follow the guy, but he's the one who's been using the phrase MAGA communism. That's what it is, because the MAGA part is sort of conservative, populist. The communist part, they've glommed onto it, and it's convergence, which I've been talking about here. How long have I been using that word, folks, here on the show?
Oh my
2
God.
years, 3 years? Right? Convergence.
Well, if you go back to Putin's, I believe, the Munich speech of 2007, when he actually lays out exactly what he's done since 2007, it's one of those examples of when somebody tells you who they are and what they're going to do, maybe you should believe them. So Putin has been conducting influence operations in the United States for a while now, probably before that speech. One of the things that he was doing is he was trying to recruit various people of substance and power and connection inside the United States. And he went after some of the generals. Some of it was disaffection after President Obama's win in 2008. But a lot of people like Michael Flynn, who is, as a matter of fact, on the payroll of the Kremlin, but he's part of this whole movement, and the QAnon, the where we go one, we go all, or whatever the phrase is. But yeah, it's definitely tied back with the general. I don't know. The White House dumpster fire today was maybe not directly involved, but it's at least part of the same discussion.
See, and the cloak of and the reason people think it's a conservative movement is because it is very focused on orthodox cultural views, very conservative cultural and religious views. And so it's like, back to the traditional nuclear family, the no, rejecting LGBTQS plus rights, saying no to homosexuality.
The election of the first black president, that was a big
right. Yeah.
Because the moral majority that formed in the 1970s, that it was kind of a Nixon thing that cemented under Reagan, was initially formed to fight school desegregation, the racial mixing that came out in the 1960s. They eventually glommed onto some other religious wedge issues, but that's a whole part and parcel of it.
And I think this guy here kind of helps explain it a little bit too. I haven't watched this entire clip. I only watched the first maybe 10 seconds of it, but I think that this guy's going to take us down a path that will help explain.
What just happened in the White House is probably the most embarrassing, disgraceful thing I've ever seen. Our president and vice president, like fifth grade bullies, tag-teamed a popular, democratically elected president, attacking him in front of dozens of cameras in a way they would never dare with Putin. This was a president who was elected to rebuild his country after their 2014 revolution, which threw out Viktor Yanukovych, who was a pro-Russian oligarch. His presidency was the result of a 10-year campaign by Paul Manafort to establish pro-Russian billionaire control of Ukraine. The same Manafort who, after he was thrown out of Ukraine, came to the United States to run Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. Donald Trump has been surrounded by anti-Ukraine billionaires for over a decade, so his position position on Ukraine shouldn't surprise any of us. But the thing that did catch me off guard in that disaster of a press conference was this.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do own a suit?
Complaining that the president of a war-torn nation isn't wearing a suit? Complaining that he didn't thank Donald Trump enough? This is what people of extreme privilege do. They have nothing else to worry about, so they sit around and worry about decorum. Are you wearing the right suit? Did you kiss the ring? Zelensky isn't applying for a personal loan. He's not asking to join a private country club. He's putting his life at risk every single day to defend the values that for almost 250 years we claimed to hold. It's embarrassing, and 75 million Americans should be ashamed.
Yeah.
Well, and Mike, it's Scott from Rimjohn from Alberta. 2 words, my friend. War and peace. We move ahead with war really quick, but then we don't move on peace. Why is peace not in the forefront of everything? And I'm going to tell you a little bit why. Maybe I think is. We have Sunday shopping now. Nobody goes to church anymore. There's no, this entire news channel Rick created, it's about peace and unity. It's not about division. It's not about disagreement. It's about peace and unity. And just wondering, Mike, your opinion between the word peace and war, because Maverick worldwide, we've always been for peace.
So, there are certain things that keep the peace, but at some point, there's going to be somebody that's going to start a ruckus. There's a phrase in America, I'm assuming that Canadians have heard it, certainly popular in the U.S. military, is you don't want to be the guy that's starting the fight, but if a fight comes to you, you want to be the guy that ends it. So you should ask yourself, peace is what we want, but then you have peace at what cost? The other side of that is, what do you think the actual goal of a war is? The goal of fighting a war is to achieve peace. So the Ukrainians didn't start this. They didn't ask for this. War came to them. And so they had the choice of surrendering to war crimes, oppression, ethnic cleansing. That was the only peace that they had February 24th, 2022. That was their only choice. They had the choice between war crimes, torture, rape, genocide, or they could choose to fight back. That was their only choice. That is still their only choice. Russia, on the other hand, came into Ukraine, guns a-blazing, trying to wipe out the Ukrainian nation, Ukraine as a nation. If they left today, if Russia just took their toys and went home, Ukraine would not follow them. One, Ukraine doesn't really want to do that. The other thing is that Ukraine, what they really want to do is they want to rebuild Ukraine. Ukraine, if Russia went home, would be looking at rebuilding. They would be looking at security guarantees. They would be looking at joining NATO to prevent a future Russian invasion. But they're not interested in going to war with Russia. The other part of this that sometimes people don't necessarily notice, because it doesn't get a whole lot of press time in the West, is this is really hurting Russia, and it really is. And I don't want to be, oh, boo-hoo Russia. The thing is that Russia can't sustain this. Their manpower is going. Ukraine has taken great pains to go after Russia's ammunition and petroleum supply. Russia, on many parts of the front, is reduced to using donkeys and horses for supplies because they both don't have enough vehicles and they don't have the gas because Ukraine is taking out their petroleum, both near the front and behind. Ukraine has taken out roughly, as of December of 2024, Ukraine had destroyed about 25% of Russia's ability to refine petroleum products. Russia has a ban on the export of gasoline that is effective until August of 2025. So they have to keep it internal because they don't have enough for their own use. So there's all sorts of things in the Russian economy that they were heating up for a little while, but now they're starting to overheat and fall apart. Russia's manpower problem on the front is reaching a crisis point. I know this was in the Oval Office today that they were talking about Ukraine has a manpower problem, but Ukraine has completely untapped manpower because Ukraine has never conscripted in the military realm, you call it military-age males. Those are going to be the most common war fighters. And usually you're talking about males between the ages of 18 and 35, depending on where you live in the world. Sometimes that can be extended to as young as 16 and going up to 50. Russia is conscripting men in their 70s. 60s and 70-year-old men are being conscripted and thrown at the front. They don't have enough men. Their single aircraft carrier that's been under repair in St. Petersburg since actually it might be further north, but it's been under repair since 2018. They took the crew of that aircraft carrier because they did not have enough soldiers to push back against the Ukrainian attack in Kursk. They took the crew of that aircraft carrier and without any training threw them into the fight at Kursk as infantry. So their one remaining aircraft carrier doesn't even have a crew anymore. They're short.
Well, Mike, are you aware? And I think Rick would have made you aware of this. That slaughtering documentary, Rickster, of Russian soldiers coming into towns in Ukraine with their battle tanks with the serial numbers off and whatever. And did you ever see the YouTube video? China is just launching two of the largest aircraft carriers in the world to fight against the United States. China, huge, massive. It's on YouTube. I'm telling. They're ramping things up against us, and
this is one of the reasons why Ukraine is important and why American support for Ukraine is important. Because one of the things that we did learn is that America pulling back and whatever the American first isolationism is what we used to call it, kind of an ideology. America was the guarantor of peace, and American strength was the whole Teddy Roosevelt thing, walk softly but carry a big stick. America was the big stick, that we walk softly, we wanted to be friends with people, but when bad things happen and bad actors start doing bad things, then the America's big stick would come and beat you.
Well, Mike, before you, it was called Britain. Before you,
it was the British Empire. Yes, that is true.
Let's get technical, Mike. It was Britain long before the United States of America. So
sure, and that's traded through times. But so my point was, though, if America abandons Ukraine, what does that mean for China wanting to take over Taiwan? What does that mean for North Korea trying to steamroll into South Korea? There's all sorts of these places in the world that if the America's guarantee of peace is withdrawn, how much worse is it going to get? Because if people can't trust America to make the clear moral choice in Ukraine, why would anybody in Taiwan trust America? Why would anyone in South Korea trust America? This is a real problem. And people don't necessarily understand how powerful America's military is. I mean, you're talking about China recently launched, there's various different types of aircraft carriers. China recently launched their very first, what we call Catobar aircraft carrier. That's catapult launch and arrestor cable landing, like the American supercarriers, the Nimitz, Ford, the supercarriers we've been building since the 50s. They launched their very first one. It is now undergoing trials. They're trying to figure out how to make the ship actually operate as a war machine. They had two ski jump carriers that they have at sea. Those are not even remotely as capable as a Catobar carrier. So yes, do they have a brand new carrier? It's a shiny and new. Yes. Is it operational? Probably not yet. Give them 2 years. They'll probably have it operational. At least 2 years, because it's not a simple system. That's something.
Well, with
really
John, if I may, John, we've got a new caller on the line here.
Oh, okay.
They've been waiting. Who just joined us?
Yeah, hi. My name is Trent. How you doing?
Just fine. Where are you calling from, Trent?
New Jersey.
Well, welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Sorry, Trenton.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say, as a 56-year-old American, I've never said this before, but today, for the first time, I am just totally embarrassed to be American. What Trump and Vance did today, I know they're two despicable pieces of crap, but I didn't realize how big of pieces of crap they were. What's going on in our country is, what's going on in our country is unbelievable. And I just ran across you guys because I've just been kind of perusing through Rumble, and these MAGA lunatic morons praising Trump and Vance, and they owned Zelensky, and these people are so effing stupid. They're so short-sighted. This new policy of ours, America alone, followed by Trump first, is going to be the death of our country.
And one of the weirdest things about today is anybody that can read the polls will understand that Zelensky, inside the United States, Zelensky is more popular than Trump. It just is a matter of plain fact. They have a very similar approval rating, but Trump has an extremely high disapproval rating, and Zelensky does not. There's very few people that dislike Zelensky.
I hope you're right, because
Rick?
Sorry, Isabel, what's that?
Who's the new caller?
Trent from New Jersey.
Welcome aboard, Trent, from the Canadians.
Oh, thank
Come
you.
back again all the time.
Yeah, please don't invade.
Hey, Trent, I'm a 50-something American veteran in Illinois. I'm not from Illinois. That's just where I am.
So, Trent, we have the same problem here. We had it before you, just so that you know. You probably know that. You know that
I'm not sure
we've sunk to a pretty low level here in Canada with what's going on here.
Well,
so
I know Trudeau is not that popular, and I don't know much about Canadian politics, but I don't know. There's no way Trudeau could be anything as awful and horrible as Trump.
Oh, yeah. Trust me, the people are suffering, my friend, here in Canada.
No, not like this, Antonio. What we've got going on down there with Trump this is off the charts. This is he duped us, man. Trump duped so many people. He is not what he was billing himself as. This guy is the worst of everything.
I disagree with. I'm sorry. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. He didn't dupe anyone. He told us for the past number of years what a piece of crap he was. That he's going to pull out of NATO. That he's going to dismantle the federal government. I mean, he lies all the time, of course. I know nothing about Project 2025. Just because everyone from my administration went off and wrote it, that doesn't mean I know anything about it. I mean, yeah, he lies and dupes people, but a lot of what he's doing, it's like, hello, anyone upset about this, like the dismantling of the quote-unquote deep state, the nefarious deep state. It's like he said, that he's going to do this. So these people that are like, oh, this is horrible, like, I didn't think he'd do these things. Well, where the fuck were you the past couple of years?
Well, Trent, I'm not sure who you voted for, Trent, but I think that the majority of Americans, had they known that what he would have on his agenda with Canada and Mexico annexing it, I don't think they would have voted for him. He didn't put that out there in his agenda beforehand.
I don't. As the descendant of German Jews, I could never wrap my head around how the Nazis were able to brainwash a modern, educated country to do what they did. Not until Trump and MAGA do I now see that. Trump can come out with any ridiculous position, and his base will take his side. Like the whole Ukraine thing. I'm a lifelong Republican, and I voted for Biden. I mean, I'm sorry, Harris. I mean, I can't vote for Trump, but to think that now the Republican Party represents capitulation and appeasement.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump should be called Donald Neville Trump. I mean, this is absurd.
I'll give me your comment on this, Trent. It was about 2 years ago I started to finally clue in to the repackaging of the protocols of the elders of Zion and these anti-Semitic tropes, and it's through phrases like globalism and it was being distributed through platforms like InfoWars, using language that they were changing phrases, but over time it became apparent to me that what they were really doing was they were just regurgitating these old stories that were then turned into Mein Kampf and into the Nazi regime. Did you pick up on any of that? Because it was, if people go back and watch my programs from like a year and a half ago, maybe even almost 2 years ago, I said they're going to pivot and they're going to start. What was the phrase they were using? There was a particular phrase, and I said they're going to start using the word Jew instead. They're just going to come right out and say it, and indeed they did within weeks.
Vermin and bringing disease and
right, yeah,
the something with the blood. What was it? Tainting our blood, or I forget the exact phrase. Poisoning our blood.
Yeah.
But what I point out to people is, and ironically, my family, we qualified for German citizenship. We just discovered that recently, actually. So we're now in the process. We did a Zoom call with an attorney in Germany just last weekend, and we're in the process, very early stages, of obtaining German passports, because I want something in my back pocket. God forbid the you-know-what hits the fan. Now, I think it's highly unlikely it'll come to that. I'm 95% sure I'll never need to use that passport for those reasons. But before Trump, I was 100% sure. And it does not sit well with me that I'm only 95% sure. But what I'd like to add is what really, Trump scares the bejesus out of me. But what really scares me is 10 years from now. Trump is doing all the heavy lifting for horrible, horrible, awful people 10 years from now. He's knocking down the institutions. He has trashed the guardrails. He is taking a flamethrower to the Constitution. He is doing the heavy lifting and the destruction for something really, really bad 5 years from now, 10 years from now. That's what really concerns me.
Yeah, now Trent, it's Rimby John from Alberta, Canada. I'm part American, and I'm and Rick, I'm troubled with this. Trent, thank you so much for calling into our show. My family came from Norway in 1899. We ended up in Minnesota. We are Americans. My great-great-grandfather traveled to Alberta in 1918, became a Canadian. So I am part American, part Canadian. And it's a very difficult, Rickster, you can understand that, Mike? It's a very difficult thing for me because, Brent, you need to understand, Donald Trump had unprecedented support from Western Canada and Canadians, and he's almost kind of flipped on us. Well, he has big time. And what do I do, Trent? I'm caught in the middle of I'm like the orange orangutan in the China house. I'm caught in the Oreo sandwich. And I mean, your country, with all due respect, my friend Trent, with all the utmost of respect, your country is teetering on bankruptcy. You're squeezing your biggest ally, which is Mexico and Canada, and you need us more than you need Ukraine. You need Ukraine to get yourselves out of bankruptcy. And you know what? I'm an Albertan first, a Canadian number two, because our country's been mismanaged. So Trent, thank you so much for calling in. And my Republican farmers in Minnesota, Trent, what do I do, my friend?
So Trent, can I just add something to
No,
say
don't add
that?
anything, Antonio. Let him answer my question, please.
Not to what you're saying. Please don't interrupt, John. I'm trying to give him an idea of how bad it is here. Okay, so we honored a Nazi in our parliament here in Canada. That's how bad.
Yeah, I remember that incident.
So it's pretty bad. That's not not a good. And the anti-Semitism that's going on here.
Antonio, I need to I need to address that.
Yes, go ahead.
That was, in my view, and I'm not just speaking without some foundation for these comments. That was a setup. And that's because there are people working even within the government who set that up to embarrass Canada and portray us as a Nazi nation because the Russians and MAGA ultimately, if it comes to the point where they are going to invade us, or if this pops off and they try to take over our country, which is entirely possible, the justification will be that we are a Nazi nation because we've allowed and we brought in so many Ukrainian Nazis after World War II. And John, that's mostly out in Alberta, by the way. And the reason I say what I'm saying tonight is because, as you know, I've got connections and tentacles out all over the place. And I just can tell you that the moment that happened, the Russian propaganda machine was ready to go, and they went hard. Mm-hmm. And some of the people involved in that, I know personally.
Right.
And the reason I know it was ready to go immediately is because the posts were refined, focused, and well produced to the point where they were even creating there was a fake stamp, for instance, a fake Ukrainian postage stamp that had Yaroslav Hunka's image on it that was being circulated as though Ukraine was portraying Yaroslav Hunka, the guy in Parliament, who is a Ukrainian hero, a Ukrainian Nazi hero, but it's a fake stamp. So they'd created these images, they had them ready to go. It was all part of a propaganda campaign that just went viral immediately upon that happening. And if you really look back at what happened there, Yaroslav Hunka, yeah, he did serve with that military unit, but when he came to Canada, like so many others after the end of the war, what do? Canada vetted these people. They decided whether they were a threat to security, but the war was over. And what do you do with the opposing army and the people who were in it? And in Ukraine, the situation was such that the people who lived there were given a choice. When the Soviets came in, you're going to fight with the Russians. If you don't, you're dead. And when the Nazis came in, well, then now you're going to fight with us. And at the time, they viewed the Nazis coming in as liberators, that they were being liberated from the Soviets. So they had two bad choices as they were living there. Told you're going to fight with us or you're going to fight with the other guys. So people were forced to make a choice. Some people fought with the Russians. I guess they're off the hook, in terms of history because of the way it's been written afterward. But if you went to the other side, you fought with the Nazis because you thought that the Nazis were going to help you gain independence for Ukraine if you were a nationalist and you fought with the Nazis, only to find out later that they were horrific monsters, at least their ideology was. then history looks poorly upon you. But if you're a soldier and after the war, what do? There are people out there who would have, even today, who want to take anybody that served with the Germans and just kill them all. But if the war is over, at some point the killing has to stop, and we shouldn't forget. But at some point we have to move on. So what were they supposed to do with all the people the soldiers from the German army afterward? You have to find a way to continue to live. It's a problem. So after the war, yeah, a lot of Germans, Ukrainians moved to Canada. Some of them had connections to the German army. He was one of them. Okay. And he was identified as somebody who had been out there supporting Ukraine in his old age many, many years later, and they picked up on it. They targeted him because he'd been in the media prior to this, and then all it took was somebody nefariously within the Canadian government who is pro-Russian or paid off or whatever to make sure that guy was invited to Parliament for that ceremony. And as soon as that happened, bam, the Russian propaganda machine kicked in. It was a setup from the beginning. And then who took the fall? The Speaker of the House, not any of the politicians. And I'm not sure exactly, you talk about foreign infiltration. And I'll tell you this, there's, as illustrated in our program last night, you go back, Trent, and watch the show from last night. It's complicated. It's 3 hours long, but it shows that the MAGA movement has been focused on Canada, and that there has been actually an attempt, and it's an ongoing attempt to take over Canada. And it's coming from the Trump side / Russian side. So the people who did that, probably not Russians, they're MAGA people. It's a MAGA infiltrator within the government. And that is why the government doesn't even talk about this stuff, because it links right back to Trump and the White House. And if they expose that, they have an international incident on their hand, which puts Canada in direct opposition with the superpower that's right on our border, and we can't appear to be in any kind of a national security threat to them. Otherwise, it justifies an invasion up here.
Okay, Richter, Remy John.
Oh my God, everybody's talking at once. I triggered somebody or everybody.
Turn.
Hold on. Can I just finish my thought?
No, you can't, Antonio. I want to say something.
I'm going to interrupt everybody as the moderator, and I'm going to let Trent speak.
Yeah.
I'd like to respond to what you said.
Please,
Rick,
Antonio, please let Trent speak, and then we'll come back to you.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, the way Trump loves autocrats, exchanging love letters with Kim Jong-un, and I get along well with Putin and Viktor Orban. I mean, it's been so apparent that this guy would love nothing more than to be a dictator, to be an autocrat. He never says anything good about our allies, and he praises all of our enemies. Now, take with North Korea. These MAGA idiots would say to me, well, wait a sec. You don't think we need to meet with our enemies? We don't. And one, you can make a credible argument that Trump never should have met with Kim Jong-un because it gave him legitimacy, Kim Jong-un. But I think a valid case can be made that, yes, an American president should meet with them, not appease them, not capitulate to them, but at least meet with them. But what I cannot understand, and it's just crazy, it's one thing for an American president to meet with Kim Jong-un. It's another thing for an American president to say, I went there and we fell in love and we exchanged love letters. This is a person with the blood of millions of his own countrymen on his own hands. You can go meet with him and have discussions, diplomatic discussions, but not kiss his ass like Trump did. And say things like, in North Korea, when Kim Jong-un speaks, his people stand at attention. I'd like that here. I mean, the shit this guy says is unbelievable, and his fawning over these autocrats, it's so obvious who he is and what he wants. And MAGA people would say, "Oh, that's ridiculous. You have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome."
Mm-hmm.
Which my retort to the TDS comment is like, what smart, logical person would not have TDS? Yeah, I have a case of TDS off the charts. Frankly, I'm proud of it. I'm not like oblivious to what's going on.
Thank you for
You
that.
know what
It's
I
shocking.
noticed?
And we have to, Isabel, we have to
Hang
go back
on.
to Antonio.
Let's go around the circle here.
We
Ron.
got to go to Antonio.
So that was my concern, is that we'd go off topic. But besides that, okay, Rick, there's no excuse for what happened there. Doesn't matter if it was propaganda, whether, like, it still took place. Okay? And the other thing is, have you ever heard of justice delayed is justice denied? They didn't persecute that guy. Okay? If you delay it, evil sets in. And that's what's taking place.
Okay, Antonio, what would you
Yes?
do? What would you do to a Yaroslav Hunka today?
What would I do?
Yeah, what do you want to do to him?
It's too late. That's the whole point.
But you said justice delayed is justice
delayed.
well,
Justice delayed.
What do you want to do to him today?
Well, he deserves whatever the punishment should be.
And what should the punishment be?
I don't know what the international court or whoever.
Well, what crime is it
that
that he committed?
He was a Nazi, right?
Was he?
So that's what they said. I mean, I'm not. It's not from my words, right?
And when he was in the military with the Germans, what crime specifically is it that he committed?
I can't. I just know what I heard, that he was a Nazi, and they apologized for it. Okay.
Okay.
So
and
it's
so
not like,
so you're
it's
so
not
here
like,
you are.
It's not like
but
I'm
here's my point. He came into the country after World War II, after going through a vetting process with the Canadian government, as many of these people were. Some people were rejected. Some people came in. He's been living in Canada as a Canadian citizen for decades, no problems. Now, because of his past and everything, this incident happens. He goes to Parliament not as a Nazi, but as a supporter of Ukraine who came from Ukraine. And I understand, right?
So he's not a Nazi, you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
Even though they
I'm not saying that.
apologized.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that after World War II, a lot of people who were in the German army were still alive. So what would you have done? Line them all up and shoot them all?
If they committed crimes, they should be persecuted.
Okay,
It's simple.
right. So
and there
if
were
they committed
many
crimes,
that did
and
get
so
persecuted.
yes, and I agree. And I've covered war crimes trials myself. But is Yaroslav Hunka entitled to due process?
Sure he is.
Okay. So
So
therefore, I would suggest to you that Yaroslav Hunka was convicted in the court of public opinion and through a smear campaign, a propaganda campaign that used him, as the Canadian government was also trying to use him for on the opposite side in some way. The point that I'm making is you're jumping to a conclusion without actually allowing the guy to have any kind of a day in court.
Rick, they apologized for it.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm making this stuff up.
I'm not saying that you are
Why
making
would they
it up.
apologize for having a Nazi in there if he wasn't a Nazi?
Well, he did
Okay,
serve
I'm
with
not
the Nazis.
saying whether the crime or not. Sorry?
Yeah, he was a Nazi.
Okay, so then he should have due process. I agree with you. Okay, and there were many that were persecuted after the war, but the point that I'm making, don't you find it interesting that we're getting a lot of anti-Semitism going on here in Canada?
Yes.
Especially, so like if you don't address this stuff immediately, evil sets in.
Sure.
And that's what's happening.
But
it's
not getting addressed.
But I, if I can add something, and I don't know much about this case, but I agree with Rick, and I'm speaking as a Jew, in that, basically after the war, obviously top Nazi leadership was held accountable. either by the U.S. and the allies or Israel, like when they went and got Eichmann out of Argentina.
And those are the ones that fled. They fled, those guys, and they caught them later. Right?
Right. But those were the top leaders.
That's Antonio, please if you could, just let
Sure,
speak.
go ahead.
Yeah.
But I agree with Rick in that, again, I don't know much about this Yaroslav guy, but if he was just your run-of-the-mill soldier and he was not specified in specific war crimes, I mean, if there's 4 or 5 people that came out, and said, I saw him murder children or something like that, that's a different story. But if he served in the Nazi army as just a normal, regular soldier, as despicable as the Nazis were, I'm not sure you can, today be like, well, this guy should be jailed or, short of other circumstances. I don't see it. I agree with Rick.
Now,
I agreed with Rick as well. I agreed with him in that I said that he's entitled to due process. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But they should scrutinize him and look into it.
But here's the thing, though, Antonio. After World War II, as they brought these people over, they were scrutinized. And they went through a process. Now, that being said, some people still made it through the system.
Allegedly, Rick, sir.
No. And if I may, I will say that the Canadian government does not have a stellar record on holding actual war criminals accountable on the Canadian side. There are a number of cases where even as these war criminals did find their way into Canada, sometimes by lying or by other means, the Canadian government, I don't think, was vigorous enough in holding some of these people accountable and making them pay. So that's also a problem. But this is not cut and dried. And all I'm suggesting here tonight, Antonio, is that what happened in Parliament was not an accident. It was very clear to me that it was a setup because the propaganda was ready to go immediately. They knew it was going to happen. They knew.
That doesn't surprise me, Rick.
Yeah.
But just the same, it happened, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they convicted this guy through the propaganda campaign of whatever, like without even really saying that he was guilty of, without giving him there's no actual trial there, but he's been convicted through the propaganda campaign so that he's paying this price, right? Which maybe he doesn't deserve on that level because
that's speculation because we don't know that.
No, that's not speculation. That's me saying everybody is entitled to due process. And
I agree.
And so, but because of the propaganda that came in as part and parcel of that setup, that guy didn't get due process. It was like, he's a Nazi, therefore he's paying the price. And
is he free,
He was
Rick?
part of the puzzle that the propaganda needed.
I get that all. Is he free? He's not in jail.
He's not in jail today.
No, but he was
he's
part
free,
of the
so he
puzzle
didn't even
that they
go through
needed,
the process.
Antonio.
Oh,
Sorry?
well, he's actually in hiding is what he is now, because if you try to contact him, you can't find the guy because he had to go into hiding because of everything that happened in his old age. Is it deserved? I don't know. But this is what's
for
happened.
me, if you hide, that's an admission of guilt.
No, if you hide, it's because you've got a mob after you.
That's
Antonio,
makes no sense.
I'm sorry,
Antonio,
yes.
Antonio, he was
Yes.
part of the puzzle that the propaganda needed to fire
I get
up.
that, but I get that all. I get that. I don't think they'd be that stupid to do it without knowing what they're doing.
The larger point here, Antonio, is that if you embrace that setup, then what you're doing is you're helping those who are trying to tear down our government and take over our country, because that's what that is. That's why it was done. It was to create the conditions, create the justification for an invasion of Canada, which I warned everybody about as soon as that happened. And where are we at today? We have Donald Trump talking about annexing Canada. He's threatening us now with tariffs, holding an economic gun to our heads so that we have to make a choice. Join the United States or else. It's not really a choice.
Rick,
It's only a small part of the propaganda.
No, that's part of the process. It's part of the process of taking over the country without having to use military force. It's an info coup, which is exactly what's going on in the White House right now. That's an info coup. Some people are saying it's a democratic coup, but they've used information warfare in order to put their two guys into the White House.
100%.
And now they're using information warfare, which is what the Yaroslav Hunka incident was about. That was about creating a condition where they could then ramp up a propaganda campaign to portray Canada as a Nazi nation, to justify anything that they want to do after.
And I get that.
As a country that protects terrorists, too. So they've rolled everything in on us.
So now we are a massive national security threat in the propaganda. So, and that's exactly what they did in Ukraine. But they started sowing the seeds of doubt about whether Ukraine is even a real country back in the early 2000s. It took years for that to take hold. And then it's the whole propaganda machine where Stepan Bandera is a Nazi and you've got all these Nazis in Ukraine. It has to be denazified. That's why Russia invaded. They had to denazify the country. Well, it's the same damn thing here, Antonio. And if you allow them to lay that accusation onto the country, the whole government, all 338 MPs have to go because they're all Nazi supporters. It's a Nazi nation. And John, out in Alberta, all those, I was under pressure from some people who kept messaging me, you should be doing stories about all the Nazis in your country. And I'm going, what the hell are you talking about? I don't see Nazis walking around on the street here, but they're focused very much on an area up around the GTA where you have a Ukrainian diaspora. It's not Nazis. They want to go after Ukrainians, who they say are Nazis.
The same reason,
and say that Canada's a Nazi country.
The same reason they planted the swastika flag in with the freedom.
Yes and no, but anyway, yeah, I get what you're saying. Who else just joined us on the call? A new caller coming.
It's Rimby John Scotty again. It got cut off.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do you know what? I just wanted to say one thing. Do you know what I noticed during the inauguration of Trump? And I was really surprised.
What's that?
And I thought, wow, the cloak came off right there. He didn't have his hand on the Bible. The explanation, they didn't have it in time. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I heard about that.
So all this profession about him, and he's putting it out there that he's so religious and he stands up for religion, and
he's got a heretic as a spiritual
everyone
advisor.
is known forever. That's a complete act. The fact that people think he's religious is the biggest farce going. It shows how stupid people are in our country. That people think he.
Yes, I mean, and he's doing all this thing like this is the gold era. Wait a minute. I mean, I'm not religious, but I know as a child I was taught you don't worship a golden idol. What has he been doing so far? Everything about the gold coin, and the gold this and the gold that, and I'm like,
I don't think his whole golden era thing is a religious play. I think it's different. It's ridiculous, but Rick, I wanted to add something to I had not heard the theory before what you just brought up. I'm not saying I agree 100% with you, but I wouldn't dismiss it either. But I do think one thing that would be more difficult for Trump to try to take Canada as Russia went into Ukraine is that, Putin, he controls the media in Russia. That's a war that makes 0 sense for Russians. 0. And he only got away with that, doing what he's doing, because of his vice-like grip on Russian media. Trump, he'd love to get to that point. Trump would love nothing more, and he's working his way towards it. I mean, if you see what's going on with our media now, banning the AP and all this ridiculous crap, but for Trump to do that now, I'm not saying he couldn't or won't, but the American public would be way more outspoken, saying, "Wait a sec, this is bullshit. Why are we going into Canada? This is ridiculous."
Rick,
it's Randy John. Can I talk to Trent? Can I say hello to you, my son?
Yeah.
I'm deeply concerned, Trent. I'm an Alberta oil man, and I'm in Alberta. And the orange orangutan in the White House with J.D. Vance, he's stirred up, and he's done it on purpose. Stirred up really, really bad relations between Western Canada and Quebec. And that's been done on purpose, with all due respect. Trent, the trouble I'm in is, I don't care if you're a PC party in Canada, Liberal, NDP. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat.
What's your question, John?
Well, the thing is, it's stirred up a lot of really bad relations. And you've got Canada on the edge of war.
Yeah, so what's your question, John?
Well, my question is, what do I do, my friend? I'm part American Canadian. What do I do?
Pray, John. No, Bert, just pray.
Well, we are. And please, Isabella and Antonio, don't
Trent, and
mention
maybe you want to comment on this, and you give me your observation as someone from New Jersey.
You pray that a lifetime of zero exercise and McDonald's diet catches up with Orange Jesus. That's I hate to wish cast, and I've been waiting for that day for many years now. But look, he may be around a long time, he may not. But generally, if you're 78 and you never exercise and you eat like shit, I can't.
Trent. With all due respect, you've missed the point of my question. My point of my question is, Canada could have, equally been part of the United States if it was approached in a different way. And first off, my Premier Daniel Smith and Doug Ford and Kevin O'Leary, there will be a 51st state in America, and there will probably be possibly Alberta first in Saskatchewan. And the only reason, with all due love and respect, my friend Trent, you're bankrupt. That's why you're taking Ukraine, you're taking Canada, you want to take you're bankrupt.
Well, that if I may, John, if I may, yeah. What do you think of those kinds of comments, Trent? Like, I'm my response to Trump saying you guys would be much better off in Canada if you were part of if you were the 51st state, because you'd get lower taxes. And I'm like, well, I don't think I want to join the United States right now. I hear Elon Musk say repeatedly in these newsers or public meetings that they're at, like the first cabinet meeting, he's saying, yeah, we're basically going bankrupt, and if we don't cut spending immediately, we won't be able to pay our bills. I hear Donald Trump saying, yeah, we don't have the critical minerals we need, so we have to take them from Ukraine so that we can power our AI and our military in the future. So we have to take it from them. I don't know. And then you pointed out that they're banning AP, they're banning books. While they're saying that they're in favor of free speech, they say that they're going after the deep state, but it looks a lot to me like it's a political witch hunt where you've got Tulsi Gabbard going in, firing people from security agencies because they've gone in and they've looked at people's what are kind of like semi-private conversations in chat, talking about things they just didn't like. I'm not so sure that even sexual comments in private chat between two people constitutes a national security risk, but she's saying it's unprofessional. I don't think I want to join you guys right now. Not with him there.
Yeah, well, who would? I mean, we're numb to it. We are numb to it because he does so much outrageous, dumb shit on a daily basis that you don't even bat an eyelash at it anymore. Yeah. I did want to make a comment that, in my opinion, if Trump did try to forcibly or otherwise take Canada, I don't think it's for economic reasons. He hasn't shown anything.
Trent, come on. You would economic reasons?
John, please let John. Come on, please, Trent. Yeah, just let Trent finish, please.
If he were to do it, it's more for vanity purposes than economic. He has shown very little interest in getting the debt down. He's been the exact opposite. I just think this guy is a narcissist to the 1000th degree, which is highly, highly dangerous. He wants to be an autocrat. He wants what Putin has. He wants what Orban has. And taking other lands is like part of being in that autocrat club. And it's more for vanity purposes than actual economic purposes. Doesn't make it any better, but I don't think it would be for economic reasons.
Well, you know, Trent, there's the old joke, you know, the school teacher in the United States. And she said to all her little boys and girls, can you hold your hands all up in the air? Are you an American? You're an American. And Trent, all the little boys and girls, Trent, hold their hands up in the air. But Trent, little Johnny doesn't. And little Johnny, the school teacher looks at little Johnny and goes, why didn't you hold your hand up in the air? And little Johnny says, well, school teacher, my mom, Trent, my mom's a Canadian. My dad's a Canadian.
Okay, John, stop. I know where this is going, and I don't want you to finish this one tonight. Can we save it for another? I know, because you're about to insult some people. And I think
I don't mean to. I know.
And if my ears detect correctly, I'm thinking maybe you're getting a little, shall we say, tired and a little punchy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe
I just don't want my country, Canada, attacked. It's called Team Canada, and Quebec is involved in that. And Trent, with all due respect to you. Love you, man. Love you.
Yeah. And John, I'm going to suggest that maybe we can get you to sign off and take a little bit of a break, because you're, with all due respect, and I love you, my friend, and you're integral to the whole operation here, but I think you're just getting a little tired, and you've been dominating the conversation a little bit, and we just need to make some room for some other callers. So could we do that?
Trent, love you. I'm part American, my friend. Love you. God bless you. Peace.
All right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Same here.
Thank you.
I had a question for Trent, if I could. All these offices that he's closing, are not some of these people voters that voted for him?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So now what he's done is all these people who thought such a great guy has now just devastated all these people. No jobs.
Yeah.
Does he think that
there's plenty of buyer's remorse going around.
I bet.
But
I mean,
not to the point.
I see it on Facebook. There's a lot of people all over the states with their Canadian flags up supporting us.
That was my point earlier there, Isabel. Is that, you know, go ahead. I lost my train of thought. I was feeding my cat at the same time. Sorry.
That's okay. I was interested to hear what Trent had to say.
If they had known, they wouldn't have voted. That was my point. If they had known, they wouldn't have voted for him. I said that earlier. That was my point earlier, right? So go ahead, Trent.
If he
Sorry
puts
about that.
if he puts these tariffs in place, I don't want him to, but the silver lining to it, in my opinion, I'm not an economist, but every economist I hear says it's the dumbest thing ever. So it would seem to me the silver lining of him putting tariffs in place, whether it's for Canada, Mexico, Western Europe, whatever, is that he'd really be shooting himself in the foot with his base. But he is a master at deflecting blame. Very hard to pin. He'll never accept. He'll never apologize. He'll never accept blame. He's very good at pinning it on other people. But if he puts these tariffs in place and the economy goes to crap, I think that could be devastating to him.
I think,
because I can't see this benefit. We all see it's not benefiting the states. His own economists are telling him this is not a good idea.
I think that Western leaders need to get together and work together on this and just hit back collectively and say, go ahead, smart guy, impose your tariffs. And if you do, we're all doing this. Because right now he's saying, Canada, we're going to hit you with 25% tariffs, and that could be devastating to our country, right? But if Mexico, Canada, the European Union, if we all say, we're not little when we're all together, because all us little ants are standing up together, and we don't want to. But if you hurt us, we'll just defend ourselves. And it's not going to be good for America. And as I said, my solution to the tariffs is simply this. Any company that responds to those tariffs, that has taken government grants or subsidies or tax breaks in Canada, if you're going to leave the country, then we're hitting you with a 75% exit tax. Simple as that. And then see how many of these companies actually leave. And if they leave, then you take that revenue and you make it available to new investment to recapitalize through incentives, government incentive programs to attract new investment to make sure that those industries are recapitalized and new markets are then opened up to other countries so we can export. The problem with that is that I don't know if the United States would allow us to do that, especially if we're trying to trade with, expand trade with, say, China, which is one of the main markets that we would need to tap into. Certainly with Europe we can, but China would be the other major market. And Canada's economy is not large enough, for instance, for an auto industry, because we could only really produce and have the economies of scale necessary to produce maybe one or two automotive models, and that would be about it. And we just could not produce our own supply chain. So we have to trade with other nations in order to have a viable economy. It's a problem.
But if we got together with these other ones that have been blackballed,
together,
it's a possibility.
Together, working together and forming a coalition is
So,
the
Rick,
answer.
you don't think that Canada could be self-sustainable?
No, not really, Antonio. Only from Canada has a long history, but we've always been a resource-based economy because we don't have the population to achieve the proper economies of scale for sophisticated industrial production, like the production of an automobile on scale, where it becomes cost-effective. This is something that I learned in economics when I was studying, year one. We're just not big enough. That's why it worked so well working with the United States.
Land,
we have the resources.
But we don't have
the
the
Yes.
population.
And that's why from our very big, when the first European settlers arrived here, we were trapping and exporting furs and lumber and just other resources, but furs were one of the big things we traded back in the creation of our country, right? And today it's energy to the States, it's minerals, nickel, uranium, aluminum, steel, iron ore. It's still a resource-based economy largely. That's where our wealth comes from. And the auto industry is only viable because we're integrated with the United States. And Donald Trump is wrong. We're not ripping off the United States. We didn't steal the auto industry. It was built from the very beginning. When Henry Ford was working in Detroit, he set up facilities in Windsor at the same time. It was always a cross-border operation. We worked in conjunction with each other, but the border was, at that time, very much open. Even when I was a kid, you could cross the border, just show your driver's license, and away you go. Our countries were closer together at that time than they are now, but the auto industry is integrated. And when I've been to the auto shows, and I've covered a lot of automotive journalism, right? When you go to the auto shows, you interview the auto industry executives. My entire life, they've always treated, and they've said this, they always treated the auto industry in Canada and the United States as one integrated production system. And Mexico kind of came on later, and it's integrated as well, but less favorably so in the eyes of particularly America and Canadians, because we lost a lot of our production to Mexico. But the bottom line is, we're just not big enough. We don't have enough people. So we have to trade with somebody else.
We have more land mass than we have population.
Oh, yeah, and way more resources.
So I think that we can feed our own. We don't have to be a great rich nation. We don't have to be greedy, but we should be able to feed our own. That's what I think.
We can if we can get even our raw resources to market. But these interprovincial trade barriers are a big problem, and honestly the bigotry between provinces, the French and the English, all those rivalries and feuds still linger today, and especially between Alberta and Quebec. And Quebec is like, you're not putting your pipeline through our province. We don't want it. We don't need it. Well, Alberta needs it, because they need to get to the to Tidewater out on the East Coast, so that we can ship energy to our European partners and other countries, including China. We can get to from on the Pacific side, and that's beginning to happen. But just it's these stupid problems. And the way our Constitution is set up, giving the rights to resources to provinces instead of, the federal government. So you can't just ram the stuff through unless you use emergency powers. Anyway, I'll let you guys talk.
So putting politics aside, we would be able to be self-sustainable. Is that what you're saying?
If we could just get our act together as a nation, and put these provincial differences aside, and the racial and even the language and cultural differences aside, to work together for economic prosperity nationally, yes. But these also, it's a complicated country that Trump probably doesn't really want to have, because we're very complicated people. The transfer payments from the have provinces to the have not provinces, that's a socialistic mentality in the minds of some people, but it isn't. It's because we all have to work together in order to achieve the prosperity. Because Alberta is nothing. They have all the oil, but it's not any good to them if they can't get it to market. And that means pipelines or rail, and rail isn't efficient. It's got to be pipelines, and that only works if you can cooperate with the other provinces. But the other provinces are like, screw you, and I don't like this, and they all fight. And then they blame Trudeau for all of it. And it's not all his fault. And then you get foreign influence.
We just can't learn to get along.
Foreign meddling and influence and money going into environmental groups that aren't really environmental groups, or are only there to oppose the construction of the pipelines, and all of these problems. What can I say?
No, that was part of the destruction, for sure.
But we can overcome it, and this is a big wake-up call. And the American oil companies and the investors who have those pipelines from Alberta going down into the U.S. and then back up, finally, through Line 5 back into Ontario. Make no mistake, there's negative American influence. They wanted those pipelines to come down into the States. They've been for years fueling the the division in Canada to make sure that those pipelines didn't go across Canada, that they came down into the U.S. So they get the transfer fees so that they have access to the oil, and it goes into U.S. refineries so they get the value added to the resource on their side as it's processed, not in Canada. That's U.S. influence. And for our Alberta friends out there who think that you're going to be better off and have more control or generate more wealth for your province by joining the U.S., think again. You have big corporate U.S. influence and interests down there, multinational corporate interests who want that oil flowing south and not into Canada. They want your resources, including Kevin O'Leary, who's supposed to be Canadian but lives in the States. I'm just saying, it's and people blame the government. It's all Trudeau's fault. It's not all Trudeau's fault. I'm not a Liberal Party guy. I don't want Trudeau to win. I'm not making excuses for him. It's just that whoever replaces Trudeau, that'll be the next guy to hate, and that'll be the next guy to blame. When in reality, there are all these other moving parts to the problem.
But at least
He was just-
let me.
he was
I
just one
don't know
nut
much.
in the wheel.
But Trent, go ahead.
I don't know much about Trudeau and his policies. I can't speak to it. But would you guys at least buy into, like, is Trudeau a good person? Does he mean well?
No.
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 Really? Okay.
No.
No. No.
Not
that's
voting
why.
bank
That's why I
account.
said to you, we got problems here. We got some serious problems.
All right.
That's my
I'm
opinion.
surprised.
Except I'm going to say
And-
I'm going
and
to say
probably the
something.
opinion of the majority of Canadians.
See, like all right, so I'm a lifelong Republican until Trump came around. Now, take Obama. I was not a big fan of Obama, but I didn't think he was a bad person. I mean, he just had different values and beliefs, nothing outrageous, but, you know, it's like, go on YouTube. It's interesting. You can see debates between Romney and Obama. And you would think it's from 300 years ago because they're complimenting one another and speaking nicely to one another. Those days are long gone. My point is, though, even though I didn't vote for Obama and support Obama, he wanted what was best for the country. He was not out to destroy the country. Like, he was a good person, just with different views. Trump, on the other hand, is an evil, despicable, awful person with little, if any, redeeming values. I mean, you're talking about a guy. We have a president who set up a fake university that was all a scam to steal money from people. Yeah, and I can come up with 500 things like that about him. He is the world's greatest charlatan.
So I agree with you there, Trent, about Trump.
And it's
in regards
dangerous
to
having.
Trump.
Yeah, it's. I don't know how we get ourselves out of this because he is just an awful, awful, awful human being.
But I think
and
you'd
you
have
see
to
it the
dig
way what he-
deeper on Obama. I think you'd have to really dig deeper on Obama because I don't think he had good intentions. And
I don't buy into
I'm not
it.
sure you're Jewish. You
I
should
don't buy
know
into
the scriptures.
I don't buy into the conspiratorial nonsense.
Right. So the way we get out of it, this is what I think. 2 Samuel 23:3 says, "The God of Israel said, the rock of Israel spake to me, he that ruleth over men must be just, ruling in the fear of God." And I don't see any of these guys doing that.
Can
And
I
that's
ask you a
the
question,
problem.
Antonio?
Sure.
How important is truth to you?
100%.
Okay. What do you think that your opinion on Justin Trudeau is based entirely on truth?
What opinion? Which I gave a few of them.
Right. So, I mean, your overall opinion of him.
What I think of him, I think he's the facts state that he's a WEF congregate. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you look at their policies, it's not something that I'm saying. You can go to their website.
Okay, well,
and they tell you that-
WEF is an economic think tank, is really what it is. Okay, so are you
Right.
also upset about, say, something like, I don't know, of course, there's the blackface scandal, which I get, which is undeniable because there are photos, and then there's the scandal at the school where he taught, and the allegations of the sexual impropriety involving an underage girl, that sort of thing?
I don't know any of that stuff's there. I never really focused in on.
But you're aware of it.
I'm the scandal about the little girl. I haven't heard until you just said.
You didn't hear about that? Have other people heard about that on our chat?
Oh, yes, I heard about that. He had to pay her off to keep her quiet.
Yeah, yeah. And who else is on the line? Who else has heard about that?
I have not, but
Okay.
I'm the American guy that doesn't follow
So
Canadian
even
politics.
even Rebel News picked up on that, okay? And there was even some mainstream media that picked up on that story. But what if I were to tell you that story came from, well, do you know where it came from? Anybody? Isabel, do you know where that came from?
As far as
Hunter
I know,
Biden's
I thought
laptop.
that came out of the school itself. That's why he was let go.
Yeah, this came from a story from a newspaper called the Buffalo Chronicle. And when that story broke, the media on this side of the border said that the reason it came out is because the allegations were so toxic or so terrible that Canadian media had been sitting on it and they didn't want to release it, so it had to come from an American source. But what if I were to tell you that the Buffalo Chronicle is a fake news site?
Really?
Yeah.
Then I have to jump to the NCO Evelyn.
Yeah, and so okay, that's there's another one. I wrote a Substack about that this week. Actually, that's another good point. Buffalo Chronicle.
If I can add something,
yeah.
Rest assured, if Trudeau is a pedophile and sexual deviant, just know there's a place for him here with the Tate brothers, because we now love sexual deviants and pedophiles.
Oh yes, I've noticed that. And Trump
Likewise,
Trump just made arrangements. Oops, hang on, I lost you guys on the. Oh, did I?
We're still here.
Are you still there? Okay, hang on.
We're here.
I lost you on the main feed again. Sorry about that. Let me bring you back up. It gets complicated when I try to put stuff up on the screen. There you are. I think you're up on the screen now, right? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, everybody's
But
back.
I didn't mean to change the topic,
No,
but I
that's
was
fine.
just making a smart ass remark.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, just that incident on its own, like that kind of incident used to be enough to sink a politician in this country. Today, Trump could go out and kill 1,000 people tomorrow, and MAGA would explain it away.
Yeah.
Oh, it was an accident.
So here's the
It was
Buffalo.
someone that, it was an Antifa person dressed as Trump. Don't excuse anything.
Yeah. So here it is, Wikipedia. The Buffalo Chronicle is an American fake news website founded in 2014. It has run fake stories concerning one or more Canadian politicians and has paid to have its content about them run on Facebook. You know what? I didn't even know until this week. This week. I was aware of the stories. I thought there was some truth to it. The whole story, of course, is that I think the girl was 14, 16 or something like that. That's the way the story
I
goes.
think they said 14.
And that he then had to pay her off, or that his lawyers paid her off to shut her up. But then when I became aware that the Buffalo Chronicle was a fake news site. It's still up, by the way. But yeah, they're a propaganda machine. And if you want
and Polyev used that in permanence.
Yes, and if you want to do a hit piece, if you want them to do a hit piece or a positive piece, they'll write whatever you want. They just charge more money if you write a negative piece, and it's only hundreds of dollars. So they'll do.
Oh my God!
Yeah, the guy who started that site, and then it was picked up over here by Canadian media, InfoWars, Rebel News, all the sites that go after Trudeau. I only became aware of this within the last week. And I thought that because even some mainstream media picked up on this, this is part of the information war. It got mainstream media coverage over here in Canada. And Trudeau suffered as a result of it, obviously, because nobody hates a pedophile more than somebody on the conservative side, right? These days.
Rick,
So they say.
You asked me a question.
Yeah.
That's why I don't dive into these things.
Mm-hmm.
I dive on the truth.
Right, but here's the thing, Antonio. If they're lying, here's the thing.
The truth is that right now the people are mourning in this nation.
Okay.
It's not something that I'm making up. Right?
But hang on. Your perception of reality is based on information that you're being fed through all kinds of media. And we've been conditioned, especially since the pandemic, to not pay attention to mainstream or legacy media at all. Can't trust them, we're told, at all. They're just lying to you. But here's my thing.
What mainstream
just,
does,
if I may just finish.
Go ahead.
Just let me finish my point. If somebody, I don't lie, and if I make a mistake, I correct it. But I've made a pledge to people: I will not lie to you, because if you get caught in a lie, then how can you believe anything that the person says? And as a journalist, my word to you has to be, it's my reputation, it's my credibility, and that's everything for a journalist. If you've got media outlets out there that are lying to you while telling you not to listen to anybody else or somebody on the other side because they're telling you they're lying to you, the point is, if they've lied to you about this story about Trudeau in the Buffalo Chronicle, what else have they lied to you about? I would encourage everybody to now question everything that you've been told and go out there and and people say this all the time, but I mean it, be very careful, take everything and scrutinize it, especially from people who are telling you don't listen to people on the other side, because they're just trying to disarm you so that you're not listening to any other arguments, only to theirs. This is what's going on.
You know what I was raised with?
Go ahead.
You know what I was raised with? I was raised with the line that you can catch a thief, but you can't catch a liar. That's what I was raised with.
Trump is a man.
I agree with that. There's a lot of deception out there right now, Rick, and you have to check everything. So with the mainstream media, they're not stupid. What they're going to do is they're going to give you some truth. They'll give you maybe even a lot of truth.
Yeah. And Mike,
but it's that little lie that taints it all.
Yes.
That's what the problem is.
So, it's even these outlets that I've been watching on the conservative side, I'm really questioning now, because I've come across a few things in the last few weeks in particular that I'm like, wait a minute, that's not accurate at all. And they keep reporting it. And Mike, you had your hand up for a while, so go ahead.
Well, part of it, we're back into my skill set on the disinformation stuff.
Hey, Mike.
But the other part is I'm going to have to go soon.
Yeah.
But I got a very early morning in the morning. But yeah, your points about vetting and the sources and all sorts of the old Mark Twain quote about a lie goes around the world before the truth puts on its shoes. There's a lot of things that you got to vet, and there's a lot of things that the difference between opinion and fact matter. And so a lot of that has to be taken into account. And I could go into more of it that I've heard on this call, but sometimes you get into personal stuff because there's things that people hold personally, but they're not necessarily fact. If that makes sense.
And Mike, it's all about shades of gray. It's about perspective on things. And who was it that mentioned the SNC Lavalin scandal here in Canada? Who was it?
I did.
Okay, let me ask you this, Isabel. And I wrote a Substack about this because of this reason. What is the problem? What is at the root of that scandal? What happened that's so scandalous?
Oh boy.
What's the issue?
Now you got me.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody? Anybody? This
Yeah,
and
but
people
did
just
he not?
people are triggered by it, right? Trudeau, SNC Lavalin scandal. Oh my God, he's got to go. He should be in prison
Yeah,
for
but
that.
did he not
Can
put
anybody
money
even tell me
into
what the
that?
scandal is?
Was there not money that went into that wasn't accounted for?
No, not really. Well, into who? Into who? Who got the money?
Well, I thought I can't even say it.
SNC
I thought
Lavalin?
they got the money from Trudeau.
Not exactly. Anybody? I bet you I could ask 100 people and I'd never get the right answer. Because you know why? It's a complicated story, and Trudeau's not even really. He's not to blame for the original sin. He took it on the chin to try to protect Canadian jobs, and he didn't get anything out of it. But he paid the price. I'll explain it to you briefly. And this is why it's complicated. SNC Lavalin, big Canadian company. They get infrastructure projects, contracts in countries around the world. They went to Libya, right? Where they were competing for contracts, for infrastructure contracts. In order to get those contracts, the Libyan government under Muammar Gaddafi and his son, they were very corrupt. And if you wanted to get the contract, you basically had to agree to launder money and then kick it back, in this case, to Muammar Gaddafi's son. And if you didn't do that, you didn't get the contracts. Now, Canada has a law that prohibits our companies from engaging in that kind of corrupt behavior. It's in my Substack. It's a long name, but it's a law. Other countries don't have laws like that in their home countries to prevent companies from doing that. So a lot of these other companies are free to do it. SNC Lavalin, in the background, engaged in this kind of activity for about 10 years in order to secure these contracts. And of course, Canadians benefited. It's a big company, about 10,000 people in, I believe it's Montreal where their head office is. They all have jobs, huge, like multi-billion dollar contracts overseas, also made for jobs in Libya. But then in order for them to pay off Gaddafi's son, in order to get the infrastructure project, the way it worked was they got the contract, then in order to pay his son off and make it work for them economically, they had to set up shell companies in places like Panama, of all places, ironically. And then the shell companies, they would then funnel the money through the shell company and then overbill the Libyan government to launder the money so that they would then make the money back that they had to pay Muammar Gaddafi's son, which was about $143 million in this case. So to get the money back, they were pushing the money around and overbilling the Libyan government for the contracts that they got in Libya. Now, none of that was known until because of Hillary Clinton, I believe, Muammar Gaddafi was taken out. And then because of what the U.S. government did, taking out that dictator, they exposed a lot of these documents. Then the paper trail was exposed. And then we found out that SNC Lavalin was involved in these corrupt activities. As a result of that, the Canadian government then latched onto that and they said, well, we have to prosecute. So SNC Lavalin was then put on trial, not in Libya, but back in Canada, because we are a fairly uncorrupt country where we try to keep things on the straight and narrow, right? We've got real laws. But the problem was that if it was so severe and the penalties to SNC Lavalin would have been like so severe in Canada that it would have bankrupted the company. And so Trudeau was like, oh my God, if this happens, we're going to lose all these jobs. And these people who work for the company in Canada, they're not guilty of anything. They're all going to be unemployed. And it's going to be a massive hit, especially to the economy in Quebec. So he said to the attorney general, his attorney general, Jody Wilson-Raybould, he said, you know, maybe we could just look the other way a little bit on this one and, you know, just fudge things a bit, which he shouldn't
But
have
she
done.
said no.
Which he shouldn't have done. That was his sin. That was his crime, if you will. And the reason that it really blew up is because she had the recording of him where
Yep.
he was applying more pressure on her to not really go hard after SNC-Lavalin on the prosecution because he was afraid that it was going to destroy this big company in Quebec that was integral to the economy, and it was going to cost a lot of people jobs, and he didn't want that to happen. So is he did he do the right thing? No, not really. Was it right for him to put pressure on her? No.
No.
But she wanted to play it straight and do the absolute 100% ethical thing and prosecute the company and let the chips fall where they may, even if it was damaging to the economy, because in her view, it was the right thing to do. And then the conservatives picked up on the issue and they just simplified it so that the SNC-Lavalin scandal was just all about Trudeau and it was just all his fault. And then they turned it into he's a sexist because he turfed her and replaced her, right?
Yeah.
And then see, any woman around him, he says he's a feminist, but no, he just goes after women. And he's got no respect for women. And so it becomes that. And to the point now where all that people hear is that it's SNC-Lavalin, scandal, Trudeau, there's something to do with money, it's all his fault. And so he took it on the chin. He paid a bigger price than SNC-Lavalin did in the end, I think.
He did, but I think there's so many other things. Like he just spent, what was it, 900,000 on that townhouse in New York.
That wasn't for him.
No, it's not for him. It wasn't for him, but he did get the money for it.
No, he didn't get any money for that. He did get money for that.
No, he paid for it. Did he not? That's what they said.
It's like a diplomat. It's a place. Yeah, I know. Like
For
the
diplomats
conservatives
to
are
go,
like,
but
why are you spending
still.
that money? It's because what's his name? Tom Clark. He's a Canadian diplomat living in New York, and that's it's a lavish apartment, and it's there because they entertain other dignitaries from other countries and so on, and he lives in it when he's in New York. And so, of course, the conservatives are saying it's an exorbitant amount of money to pay. And you can make that decision one way or the other. But again, it's one of those things, it's like in the minds of people, it's like Trudeau's lavish New York apartment or something. Trudeau doesn't stay there. Tom Clark does.
Can I ask you a question, Rick?
Forgive me if I'm getting the name wrong, but go ahead, Antonio.
So if you run a business,
yeah,
and you're the president of the business, right? And you have people under you, and they mess up. Who ends up getting it at the end? The president is the one that's accountable at the end of it all. Is that not the case? He's been involved in many scandals.
Who, Trudeau? You mean?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I mean, as most politicians in the end usually are.
He's the head. He should be governing what he's doing.
And I'm not defending him on things that he's guilty of, but what I am saying is all things deserve perspective, and I just think that we need to be fair. I don't like liars. I don't like liars.
No, I get that.
And that's all I'm saying.
But at the end of the day, he's accountable. That's my point. At the end of the day, he's the boss.
But and that's fine. But let's hold it. But all I'm saying is
he's the one that hired these people.
Hired who?
Whoever, like for example, the Chinese interference. That guy Dong Long, whatever his name is, right? We know about him. He's the one that put these people in office, right? So
well, again, if I may, even there, okay. And I hate to be the one sitting here defending Trudeau, okay, because it's not my job. But look, even there, the Chinese infiltration. First of all, you've got this pseudo journalist out there, Sam Cooper, running around making all these allegations. He was working for Global News. He's accusing Chinese politicians and even citizens of wrongdoing. The people identified in Parliament, Mary Ng, that's the one MP. It's been stated even by Canadian security officials that Mary Ng has been an unwitting victim of Chinese influence. But people are saying that Mary Ng is guilty of treason. But how can you be guilty of treason if you're actually the victim of Chinese influence? And we don't know who all those MPs are that may have been compromised or may have benefited from, say, Chinese influence over the selection of members of parliament or whatever.
They got rid of the guy.
What's that?
They got rid of him. They got rid of that guy.
Which guy?
The guy Hung, I forget his name. Hung Dung or something like that. I can't remember his name, but
yeah, I have to look up the details. I know the name.
So that means that
I'm trying to go through the files in my head on these things.
Han Dong, whatever.
Yeah. Here's the thing to keep in mind, though, Antonio. Look. Sam Cooper, that journalist, he doesn't work for Global News anymore. Do you know why? Because there's and he left. They didn't explain why, but there's a $15 million defamation suit against Global News, and Sam Cooper is at the center of that. So he no longer works at Global News because he was making these accusations against people from Chinese diasporas. Mm-hmm. And isn't it interesting how the timing coincides with all this border security, national security stuff coming from Trump, and how the Chinese infiltration is a national security concern? And maybe there's merit to some of what Sam Cooper is doing. Maybe he's really Scooper Cooper, as they're calling him. But as I've reviewed his material, I'm not really seeing any smoking guns, like no real evidence to back up his claims. Hence the $15 million defamation lawsuit, where people have been trying to pull me in and get me to repeat the stuff that he's been reporting. And I've been like, wait a minute, I need to review it. And as I review it, I'm not seeing enough there to move ahead with any of these allegations, naming names, because there's just the proof isn't there. And if you don't have the proof, you can't name names. Otherwise, you're going to end up getting sued for libel, slander, defamation. And I'm not into that. But he is. Right. But people are like, Sam Cooper, Chinese infiltration. Donald Trump, come rescue us. Have the Americans come and liberate us because the Chinese have taken over. And you're talking about what? The Chinese soldiers on Canadian soil?
No, I'm talking about that one specific MP that got dismissed, and that the conservatives, I'm sure you've watched Parliament, they've pointed it out many times. So it's not just like the media. It was in Parliament. They were calling it out, and they dismissed the guy. So it's a fact. It's not something that I'm making up.
I know you're not making it up, but he's not. I'm looking here now. He sits now as an independent. Okay. He told. I'm just looking at. Told the Foreign Interference Commission that he only ever advocated for the well-being of Michael Kovrig. This is all the two Michaels thing, and that's all the Huawei issue. I have to review this. Antonio, yeah, I can't remember all the details from this one.
It's been in Parliament for so long. They've been fighting it.
In fact, Dong is the guy who filed the $15 million defamation lawsuit against Global News. And that's still before the courts. So before we sit there and say that he's guilty of anything again, I'm not going to chime in on that. He's got to be pretty confident if he's suing Global and Sam Cooper for 15 million dineros. He's entitled to due process too, but in the court of public opinion and in conservative media, they're raking that guy because he's a liberal, or was. Now he's an independent. I'm saying, just like, you got to let these things play, and you need facts, not allegations. That's not enough.
I'm going on what I seen on Parliament, and the guy, he got ousted. Right? They ousted the guy. So it's not like these are facts.
I don't remember exactly the details on how he ended up sitting as an independent. I'd have to review that as well. It's too long ago because this goes back to, this is years now.
It's been a while.
Yeah, and it's just
There's
a little
all
foggy.
all kinds of stuff going on.
And yeah,
Rick,
go
I
ahead,
do
Mike.
have to.
Yeah, I
have to go here.
Yeah,
but,
no problem. Final thought.
I would
from you.
like to point out that that fake Buffalo Chronicle scandal that you mentioned does date back to a curious date of 2014. That's when Russia was really ramping up their disinformation campaign. That's when the Russian influence on Brexit started. That's when Russia started to hey, maybe we should run Trump. There's all sorts of things that happened that year. And so I don't know for a fact that it's tied up, but it wouldn't surprise me. I know they were going after pretty much every Western nation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
And so again, I don't want to be the one sitting here defending the liberal government because I'm more of a fiscal conservative. But my God, I also don't want to have my mind clouded and polluted with lies. So,
Well, there's a big difference between having a political disagreement and then, what you're talking about with people are you don't want to win your argument with falsehoods because you didn't actually win that argument.
That's right.
And you certainly don't want to win that argument when those from foreign interference,
No.
because then you're talking about the sovereignty of your nation. So left, right, middle, you're still Canadian or we're still American, and you at some point you have to put the fact that, for instance, I'd have to put the fact that I am American above any sort of partisan thing if we're talking about Russia coming after us or anything like that.
So if it comes before the public, we ought to be concerned. It's not like you can just say, "Oh, forget about it." Like I don't think it'd be wise to do that.
Yeah, but you got to vet
and the evil. You just keep on letting the evil run wild.
No.
Well,
That's
but
what's
Rick is
going on,
pointing out
actually.
the evil that we're talking about here are falsehoods and smears and lies and
no, but you don't know that.
Well, we do know about the Buffalo Chronicle one. That was straight up a lie.
That may be. I'm not sure about that, but
we know that Paul
talking
Manafort
about
was.
specifically.
We know that Paul Manafort was a Russian agent while he was running Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. That is a straight up fact.
Yeah, so I have no problem with those. I'm talking about what I brought up. I didn't bring up any of the stuff that you're
sure,
speaking
but
of.
that's this is my wheelhouse, and I wanted to leave you guys with that because I gotta go. It's late. I gotta go to bed.
Thank you, Mike. All the
right.
best
Thank
to
you, Mike.
eh?
See you guys.
Thank you,
Bye.
Mike.
Have a good night.
Excellent. Really appreciate you.
Bye.
Okay. So yeah, all I'm saying to Antonio is just, there's no freedom in lies, and we need truth to get to the freedom. And
I'm with that. I'm with you 100%.
And so really, it's not about dismissing things entirely. A lot of the time, it's about just giving it time to play out and make sure that you let proper legal process or just due process unfold, and make sure that people are just given a fair shake, because like the song says at the beginning of our broadcasts these days, freedom for one depends on freedom for all, which is to say, we have to be respectful of the rights of everyone, especially those we disagree with, and especially those who are accused of even the worst of crimes. Because if you don't make sure that their rights are protected and they get their due process, then you're right. You don't have any rights at all. If you let a politician like Donald Trump be an authoritarian to anyone, if he exerts coercion or doesn't respect a nation and just says, you don't exist, Canada, I'm just going to take you over. Or if you let Vladimir Putin say to Ukraine, you don't exist, we're just going to absorb you, then the people in Russia don't have any freedom. because that freedom then becomes an illusion. Do you understand what I'm saying?
100%.
If they can take their rights
that-
away, then your rights don't mean anything either. If
But
someone,
you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing that there's no accountability, Rick. Even though these people do get convicted, it's like they have immunity. So when you let evil run wild, it's gonna go wild. Like, I mean, if there's no, it's like I said earlier, justice delayed is justice denied. And these guys, you find out years later that they've done these things, and that's not justice, because you allow evil in that way, and that's the problem. There needs to be accountability. If these guys knew that tomorrow, hey, listen, you're going to get persecuted or you're going to get prosecuted, they're going to think twice about doing wrong. And that's the problem. They have immunity and it's allowed, and that's a big problem. That's my view, and I'm seeing it.
Well, I can
So-
see right now that all these people who voted for Trump are now having second thoughts, because a lot of these people are losing their job.
yeah,
He's
and
showing his colors, and he did today in the White House.
yeah, and when you see Donald Trump doing things like, or his administration banning books like Freckle Face Strawberry, a book about a
Yeah.
little girl who's just, embarrassed by her freckles, or if you see the Tulsi Gabbard, who is supposed to be all about freedom, then in there just purging a security agency because of email messages or chat messages that they went in and found in chat with employees, and then they didn't like what they were saying, so they fire them. That's like, your boss walking into the office and then going through everybody's desks to see if there's anything in there that they can use against you to fire you. No,
And again,
that it becomes
and
kind of a
the
gray
other
area.
The other thing I didn't like was I didn't like her speech when she came on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's the way she worded her speech about the illegal aliens.
Yeah.
If you come in, we're going to get you. That rhetoric of "we're going to get you."
Yeah. And when they talk about, this is the other thing. Actually, that's why I wrote the song. The freedom for one depends on freedom for all. It's because of what they're doing with the deportations. It's okay, to defend your border. It's okay to enforce your immigration laws, but your immigration laws need to be just. And even people who come to your country, even if they enter illegally, they still have some rights, unless they get shipped off to Guantanamo Bay. And the reason they shipped them down there is because it's in Cuba, it's off U.S. soil, and they have very, very limited rights. In fact, I would argue really almost no rights. They put them there so that they don't have rights, because they'll say, oh yeah, you have a right to a lawyer, but these people have no money to hire a lawyer, nor are they entitled down there to any kind of legal assistance. So the only way they get any representation after being accused of heinous crimes like murder, sexual assault, and other things is if a charity hires lawyers and some good-willed people say, we need to do something to defend these people at Gitmo, and they provide representation for them. But this is in my view, it's a problem, because again, if you are going to violate just basic human rights and just disregard, then it's a two-tier system, Antonio. That's where the real problem comes in my view, because now the rights of everyone are at threat. And indeed, I think we're witnessing that. So not only is the Trump administration, and this is why he's lost me, it's because they don't care about the rights of immigrants, while the MAGA people are cheering, yay, right? Just deport them. Who cares about their rights? They're all accused of this. They're convicted on the spot, judge, jury, executioner, and off you go to Gitmo. Well, they don't even respect the rights of American citizens. If indeed it is a right, They're spying on people.
Yes.
I agree, Rick. There's a lot of double talk going on out there.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a
That's
lot of
a big
double
one.
talk.
And as much as
I'm
I
glad
want
I'm on
Trudeau
this side
defeated,
of the border.
as much as I want Trudeau defeated in the next election, I want it done fairly. So it's extra important that we make sure that we don't just absorb lies about him. If he's done something wrong, I want him held accountable. But I don't want him held accountable for something he didn't do at all on a false accusation. Or anyone.
No.
And no, but you know what, Rick? It's unlikely that he will be, because these guys, they get immunity somehow, and that's the problem. If they had known, had known that they'd get there's a penalty for what they do, they would think twice about doing it, and they have some kind of fear of doing it, but they don't. They just do whatever they want.
But I'll say this though, Antonio. There have been cases in Canada where politicians, and I'll have to go and I've actually done this, and I don't have the information in my head. I could get it for you again though, because I've done the research. There have been politicians who have been held accountable legally, and a lot of politicians, in the end, by the time they leave office, they really take it on the chin and they do pay a heavy price. Most politicians leave office very unpopular, and in the case of even Justin Trudeau, I'll say this: he's already paid a pretty heavy price for accusations like the sexual assault that appears may not even really be factual at all.
Yeah, I haven't even heard of that.
Yeah, but Isabel, I mean, you know that's had a lot of play, right?
Yeah.
So
a lot of play.
Yeah.
Even in the House of Commons.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. And they say that in the House of Commons. Why? Because that's where they have immunity. They can say things on the in Parliament, and they can't be sued for libel or slander.
So I have a question, Rick.
Yeah.
These guys that get accountable, how long does the process take? It's usually years later, right?
No, not necessarily, Antonio. No. I'd be happy to dig up my notes on it for another night, but and it's worth looking at. But
it sure is.
Well, I know last night, I thank you very much, because you delved into a lot of stuff last night that makes a lot of sense, that connects the dots.
Yeah. It deserves, that stuff deserves a lot more attention than in fact, it's had no attention, has it? Until last night.
When you were playing that, and I'm like, this guy's actually sitting there admitting.
So much
admitting on film.
Yeah. It's odd, because I think in his mind, he's not doing anything wrong. I think he knows it's wrong, but it doesn't matter because it's America doing it.
And he's acting like, well, really, I'm just the instructor.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? Like, yeah.
But no,
okay.
it's entirely wrong, really. But in his mind, it's justified. When it really isn't. And even Canadians, it's very clear to me that the biggest foreign threat, there's a true existential threat, the biggest one to Canada right now is coming from the United States, from the Trump administration. And yet,
but you know what my question is?
I don't like
I know we can't delve into it,
yeah,
because if we bring it out with the names on that list, what I keep thinking about is, does Trump know that we know?
Which list are you talking about?
That general that was on the other night.
Oh yeah. Oh no, he's aware.
Right.
And those are the generals who support him. Those are the ones who support Trump. That's why in my view, the threat to Canada is not coming from the United States. It's coming from Trump and the MAGA movement, the MAGA administration. Yeah.
The white hat.
Yeah, it's really never the people. The people, they want the best for the country usually.
Yeah.
If the politicians, that's who we wrestle against. You know, that's
it's that political movement that is threatening Canada, that has now taken control of the U.S. government, and I'm calling it sort of a democratic coup. And it's because it's not like it has been through most of our like our lifetime, where you have, you know, the Democrats are in power, and you know you get Democrat policies and maybe more spending, more social programs or whatever. Then the Republicans come in and you get, you know, less spending, more austerity, you know, more conservative policies, but it kind of flips back and forth and they fight and everything. But no, now what's happened here is this is all new. And the other, through my lifetime, if you're working at the Department of Transportation and you have a new government elected, the person working at the DOT doesn't lose their job because they voted for the other party. Right? But that's what's going on with MAGA. So they've got Doge. I call it the Department of Getting Even. They call it the Department of Government Efficiency. No, they're like, that's the deep state. That's the bureaucracy. So they're going in. And now if you say the wrong thing in a chat, if you are found out to be supportive of LGBTQS plus rights, or if you just voted for Biden and you've texted somebody saying, I love them Democrats, you might lose your job. It's like McCarthyism on steroids. Times 10 or 1,000.
You know, now, and when we're going through, and I won't keep you any longer because it is getting late. The other thing that keeps playing in my mind, and it's been doing it for the last couple of days, is the sniper that was on the roof. This kind of they shot that guy. So that makes me wonder, was this all a plant? To make him look
we can't say for sure,
stronger?
I don't think.
Who knows?
Yeah, we can't say for sure.
I would only say this. As I've been collecting information on all of these things as they've been, happening, and there's always a common denominator, and a lot of it is they go down these rabbit holes. I think it's just, this is me speculating in a theory, but I think there's basis to it. They're using information warfare, targeted psyop, and they're keying in on specific people at certain moments where they pull people in psychologically and keep feeding them through social media information to get them thinking a particular way. And then they become radicalized because they're exposed to so much of it. And they use the algorithms to feed people these radical ideas. So they become so crazed in their minds that at a particular moment, they will act out and do what that guy did. To the point where he thinks that Donald Trump is so evil that he needs to take action. And then, of course, they say, well, the guy's just crazy. Well, yeah, that's because he is, because you drove him crazy. Do you see what I'm saying? And then the objective there, especially if it's a foreign government doing it, but it could even be done domestically, is to sow chaos, to disrupt government. That's what it is. If you see, as soon as that happened, even now, the conspiracy theories immediately started. People, it just ramped up more distrust in government, more to the point where it's like, oh, the deep state did it. Now everybody distrusts government. So yeah, you're quite right, Isabel. It may actually have come from the MAGA side, or maybe from the Russian side, so that people wouldn't vote for Biden. They'd vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Get it?
I mean, my brain just does that on its own without going down rabbit holes. And I'm thinking maybe that was staged to make him look more powerful. I mean, you can get a crack shot.
That's
right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a photo op at the end with the flag in the right position. Everything. I mean, all of it. I get it. Made for TV moment, I said. But of course, that's all speculation. I don't know.
I know. We speculate, but yeah, the arm up with the flag behind.
Yep.
So everybody's going, oh my God, he's so good. Look,
Yeah.
I mean,
he's not standing up for religion. He's not standing up for anything that's good. And all this gold this and gold that, it's like set up to make you sick. And then what he did to Zelensky today, that was a complete setup. He never did that with any other one that he's doing right now. Like he never did it with Putin.
Yeah.
Didn't do it with Xi Jinping, but he did do it to Zelensky, and it was to make a statement.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring him in here, and we're going to show him off, and we're going to just show him what we are.
And one final subject for tonight.
Okay.
The Epstein files. This is where the Trump administration, as it sits today, I think is going to implode. And this is the Achilles heel for the Trump administration. You're going to see things like this happen repeatedly now that they're in power. What happened with the Epstein files over the last 2 days? They were supposed to be released, right? So they're released.
Yeah.
What happened? Nothing. It was a big nothing burger. There was nothing really new in there, right? Not really making many headlines. And yet the certain journalists or media people or people like Jack Posobiec, they go over, they get the files, and they're like, well, there's nothing in here. So what does that instantly go to? Oh, well, it's a conspiracy. They're hiding the files. But wait a minute. You've got Pam Bondi, Attorney General. You've got Kash Patel at the FBI. They're in charge. So why don't they just take the steps to make sure they're all released? That's what they were supposed to do. Well, that's what they did, and they put them out, and there's nothing in there. Well, that doesn't mesh with what everybody's been told or what they believe, which has never been based on facts. It's just been based on speculation and propaganda and blah, blah, blah. Now you've got nothing in the files. Now it's like, well, they must be hiding the files. Where are the rest of the files? Somebody's hiding them. But wait a minute. The people that you said were going to, deliver the deep state on a silver platter, they're in charge. So why don't they go get them? Well, there must be FBI agents. Okay, so then use subpoenas. Go search their houses. Their employees, you're searching their chats, for crying out loud. You know everything they're doing. You can't find these files? You know why? Because I'm going to tell you why. Because we got them. And they're just not telling people what they want to hear, so they're not going to accept it. So what's going to happen in the end? The MAGA people are going to turn on their own people. Because they're going to say, you're lying to us now. This is, and they're going to try to blame others, and it might work for a while, but at a certain point, people are going to clue in that some of these things we've been told, Antonio, are lies. Right?
Yeah. They're going to implode on themselves.
Of course. Because they've been lying. And now the liars are in charge, and people are saying, well, now show me the truth. And they can't deliver the truth because they were lying.
Yep.
Get it?
Yep.
They're going to be in trouble in the end.
Well, same the JFK files and all these other files, right?
That's where I have the issue, is that the accountability part. That's where I find the problem.
In the end, the people will hold them accountable, Antonio, when they find out.
In the end, with God, yes, they will pay.
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. They'll be accountable.
Yeah. And there's a lot of lying politicians out there. And it is time to wrap up, so I'll get the final thoughts from you guys, and then we'll sign off tonight.
Okay. My final thought, don't go down the rabbit hole. Research. But stay calm. Canada is strong.
Yeah.
We can do this.
Antonio.
Have a good night, Ray.
Thank you, Isabel. Love you.
Good night, Isabella.
Good night, Antonio. Love you guys.
Okay, my friend Antonio, give us some words of inspiration tonight, sir.
Here we go. Proverbs 29:25. The fear of man brings a snare, but whoever puts his trust in the Lord shall be safe. Amen.
Antonio, love you, my man. Love you, Isabel. Love you, Mavericks. No movie tonight because it's just too darn late. We'll get back to Maverick Midnight Matinee another night, and I'll be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. On the flip side, here's Cosmo and Free Dog. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
So bright, he was singing here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmos free, running wild, wild as a wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. Cosmos got them paws that just itch to roam. He's chasing his dreams, he's far from home. With a heart full of love and a spirit so free, he's living his life wild and carefree. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmos free, running wild, wild as a wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a blur. Cosmos on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through fields, breaking all the lanes. Now the night's getting cold and the sky's turning gray, but Cosmos still out there, he's miles away. He's not looking back, he's got his path to tread. With every step, he's leaving his path. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmos free, running wild, wild as a wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. So if you're feeling lost, just think of Cosmos Run. Remember his spirit, his freedom, his fun. And maybe one day, when you're feeling low, you'll find your own freedom and let your spirit go. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? Cosmos free, running wild, wild as a wind can be. He's a free dog, he's a free dog, he's a free dog. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard of a bird. A heart full of love and a spirit so free. He's living his life wild and carefree. He's got the stars in his eyes, the wind in his fur, a tail that wags like it's never heard a word. Cosmos on a journey, he's got no chains. He's running through fields, breaking all the lanes.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.